It's okay.
Good evening, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to this meeting on June the 27th in the year of 2017 to the Sacramento City Council meeting, and thank you for coming this afternoon. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Ashby, Warren, Harris,
Here.
Hanson,
Here.
Chenier,
I am here.
Guerra,
Here.
Carr,
Here.
Mayor Steinberg, and our Vice Mayor Jennings.
Here.
We do have a quorum. This meeting is broadcast live this evening. There's a replay on Metro Cable Channel 14 at 7 p.m. on Saturday. If you have a cell phone, please silence it. Speaker slips are located in the back on the shelf. If you wish to speak, please complete one and turn it in to the assistant clerk here at the front. We also have cordless microphones and assisted listening devices should you need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to, before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like Councilmember Carr to read a brief statement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. It's my sad duty to inform you that former Councilmember Bonnie Pennell passed at home today after a long illness. She considered it an honor and a privilege to serve with many of you on this council over many, many years. Councilmember Pennell loved her district and she served her community to her dying day and leaves a proud legacy. The family appreciates and is comforted by all the love and expressions of condolences that they have received. In lieu of flowers and cards, the family asks that you make a donation to the Parkinson's Foundation of Northern California in her name. The website is parkinsonsacramento.org, and it will take you to the Northern California site. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. For many of you who knew Councilmember Pennell, we knew her as an incredible warrior who served her community and served this entire city. And there's a young man who I'd like to bring to the front who served with her. She was a 16-year councilwoman, and he was always right there by her side. Her administrative assistant, Matthew Bryant, I'd like him to come down and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance in her honor. Would you please rise, please?
Vice Mayor and Council. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Sir, with the indulgence of the Vice Mayor and the Council, my member has asked me if to say something, and I wasn't prepared, and I won't take long, but I will say the 15 years that I served with Councilmember Pennell, I consider it an honor as well. You know, we come into this world and we develop what we have is our word, our name, who we are. And they had a good name, she had a good name, and she trusted me with her good name for 15 years. And for that, and allowing me to serve this community and this city, I will always be grateful. It's still new, but again, I just appreciate the honor and the trust that she gave me with her name to serve all of you in this city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So we're going to dedicate this entire meeting in memory of Councilwoman Bonnie Pennell, who passed away today from a long illness, as Member Carr previously mentioned. And we're not going to be sorrowful. We're going to have a celebration. So we want everyone to remember the great things that she did for this incredible city and the great things she did for District 8. And we're going to celebrate those memories, and we're going to celebrate at her homegoing ceremonies, which we'll get more information as time comes on. Okay, City Attorney, do we have anything to report from closed session?
There's nothing to report, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. We will now move to public comment.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
If I could ask, we have a number of people on the special presentations. I don't know how many How much do we have on public comment?
Right now, about 5 or 6.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Sorry.
All
Thank
right.
you.
We'll move to public comment, matters that are not on the agenda. Would the city clerk please call?
Okay, so we'll start with Joan Kennard, and then Eric Frame, Robert Copland, Arthur Ringwalt, Richard Wake, and James Clark. Joan?
Good evening, Joe.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, and everyone. June 21st, 2017, I was called a fat bitch by a white lady. I called her a bitch back, God bless her. Because she's white, it's not going to stop me from protecting white Caucasian people. Please stop going to North Korea. I believe United States of America has 3 Caucasian in prison over there in North Korea. And one came back dead. Passed on when they came back to the United States. In their country, North Korea is not like this. It's not the same as the United States of America. Things we say here against President Trump could land us in prison and hard labor in North Korea. The travel agency should school United States of America tourists about the rules in North Korea. One white Caucasian man said he was curious about North Korea and wanted to go. Curious yellow, meaning yellow roses, friendship. To me, you cannot speak against the government in North Korea, no matter what. I laugh loud here in California. If I laugh loud in North Korea, prison and hard labor, I would go for no reason. Family and friends miss those that are in prison in North Korea. And somebody's son, grandson, uncle, brother, friend, etc., miss the one that just passed on from flesh and spirit to just spirit. Please don't go to North Korea. I believe, if I'm not wrong, in North Korea, they're holding U.S. citizens hostage there. Please don't go. 95,000 AD, do the same, don't go. Love you, no matter what the race, nationality. North Korea is protecting their land as well as the United States of America. Please don't go.
Thank you,
Eric?
Joe. Good evening, Eric.
Hello. Hopefully we'll touch on this later during the council, but I just want to reiterate, we have 13,000 homeless and the number is rising in Sacramento County. I would implore us to do what Seattle, St. Louis, and Detroit have already done, which is make tiny home villages. We could use the homeless, hire the homeless even to help build that. I'm talking $10,000 homes, not $80,000 homes, that wouldn't really help much. On another issue, the FBI called Sacramento a hub of child trafficking. And KCRA 3 reported that Sacramento is the second worst child trafficking and human trafficking city in the USA. I would implore the chief of police to look into that more, investigate it more. I also saw numbers from the California Department of Justice, and the number of missing children over the last 5 years has been steady for the last 5 years. If we're doing anything, I think we could look into that, for the children's sake. And it's funny that we never see this issue come up in council, and I've been over the Board of Supervisors and it didn't come up over there either. Yet we're the hub of human trafficking and the hub of child trafficking. So why isn't it at least being talked about in order to stop it? So yeah, I wonder why it keeps getting avoided. In addition, we should repeal the inhumane and unconstitutional no camping ordinance. It's unconstitutional because it breaks our Amendment 14 rights. No state shall deprive life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The ordinance being unconstitutional already.
Thank you, Eric.
You get it, right?
Thank you. Councilmember Chenier, I'm sorry.
Oh, I just want to, Eric, I just want to.
Go on, Eric.
Just something on the human trafficking. So you're correct. It is a big problem. Councilmember Guerra and I just spent an hour in a meeting that we collectively put together with the Attorney General's office, the DA, the Sheriff's office, the City Police, City Attorney's office, a couple of nonprofits who do work in this. They have been working actively, particularly around Stockton Boulevard, and we have a number of action items that we're taking with them. So it's not necessarily a council agenda item, but there is a lot of work that's going on.
Okay, when I was at the Board of Supervisors, the DA's presentation
He just wanted to give you an
included
update.
less than $100,000 dedicated to human trafficking. It doesn't seem like enough, given that we're the hub
This is
of
a lot
child
of effort.
trafficking.
This is a lot of effort by a lot of people to try to get on top of it.
I hope so.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, Robert Copland,
And who's next?
and then Arthur Ringwalt, and then Richard Wake.
Well, last week I was watching city council meeting on TV. Steve Panton said something that I agreed with. They adjourned the meeting in honor of Francis Grace Child. Good job. Because there's a group that's advocates that are active in Sacramento because of her. It's called Dogfight, which is a disability organizing group for initiating total equality. And we're in all kinds of different things. We go to the Capitol, City Hall, RT. We got members that go in the County Board of Supervisors sometimes. I'm speaking on all kinds of issues like SSI, housing, RT transportation, and a few other issues. And we're not going to stop. You may know our president of Dogfight, Russell Rawlings. He's a big-time activist. I think he ran against Mayor Steinberg and Ashby when they in the last mayor election. And as far as today was supposed to be an inspection over Cedar Ridge. I wonder how that went because the person that would know more is not here. I don't see her today. I'd like to know how that happened. Code enforcement was supposed to go to Cedar Ridge today. Anybody know about that? For the inspections? Thank you.
Thank you.
Arthur?
My name is Arthur Ringwalt. I live in District 4. I just graduated. I had the pleasure of attending the City Management Academy and just finished that. I'm going to go to a meeting in the City Management Academy at 5:30 after this meeting. I live in Riverview Plaza, and it's a tall building. There's a lot of old people in it. Commenting on what happened in London with a 25-floor apartment building fire, I compliment that the building, Riverview Plaza, does actually have sprinklers in it. It doesn't have any gas. It doesn't have any it doesn't have any combustible cladding. The main thing I'm worried about, and it has 2 staircases, not just one. But the main thing I'm concerned about, if there was a fire in that building, we're getting people out. And I'm not sure that a stay-in-place policy is a good idea in case of a fire in that building, because I'm afraid a lot of people could not get out. And I think that maybe we should have, perhaps we should have an evacuation plan for that building in case of fire. So maybe we should practice it too. So again, I'm Arthur Ringwalt. I live at Riverview Plaza, down the street, 600 I Street. And I just graduated, a resident of Riverview Plaza, and I go to a City Management Academy alumni meeting. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, sir.
Richard Wake, and then James Clark, and then David Andre.
Hi, Richard Wake from City Council, District 5. In regard to Mr. Frame's comments about the district attorney, I would respectfully submit that if Maggie Krell were district attorney, there would be a lot more activity from the county in regards to prosecuting child sex trafficking. The DA is clearly not doing enough. She should quit focusing on concentrating on prosecuting the guy that threw the pie in Kevin Johnson's face and start worrying about child trafficking. That's a much more important issue than somebody that threw a pie, in my humble opinion. In regard to a couple other things here, a few weeks ago I suggested that that when the homeless issues come up for discussion here, that, and Mayor Steinberg even agreed that it was a good suggestion, that that the item, whenever it was placed on the agenda, that it be moved up, so we weren't staying late like we are pretty much every time it's on the agenda. And it's sad to see, again, we're on the bottom of the agenda. No one has extended an olive branch to the people that are coming here every week discussing this homeless issue. I would respectfully request that this evening that the item number 36 come first on the discussion calendar before the other two items. It really is disrespectful to the homeless people, and I just think that some type of olive branch could be extended tonight to those of us that have been coming to these meetings week after week. Lastly, there are a lot of the homeless advocates that could not come here this evening because the meetings start at 5 o'clock. I'm very active in my community in the Southland Park area. This is not just true for the homeless issue, it's also true for other issues as well. It's time to end the 5 o'clock start time for the meetings. It's not working. People cannot get to these meetings. It's not fair to the public. You guys are stopping public discourse when it comes to items on the agenda, not just the homeless. I respectfully request that you guys go back to the 6 o'clock start time. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
James Clark.
So, usually I'm here to talk about the camping ordinance or to condemn the actions of the police department. And today, after reading an article in the Bee, I'm actually going to say something positive. I see them doing something really good right now, and that they're starting the process of trying to fire John Tanis, the one who fatally shot Joseph Mann. This is something that is kind of groundbreaking. You know, the ones that shot Damien Flanagan got an award, which is, don't even get me started on that. It's just asinine that they're giving an award to somebody for murdering somebody. But seeing now that there is going to be something happening to Tanis for killing somebody, granted, I wish he would be actually brought up on charges for it, but at least it shows some good faith that the police department is taking an active measure to get this person off of the force, because we can't keep having killer cops working on our forces. It doesn't make the community feel any safer, and I actually am very happy to hear that they are going to be doing that. It does send a message to the community that there is some progress happening. You know, I wish all these other cops that have been killing people would also be fired. But we'll wait and see how the police department deals with that in the future. But I do want to say good job on taking action against Tanis.
Thank you, sir.
David Andre. Following David is Lorraine Brown, Pastor Gainsborough, and Ron Emsley.
Hi. A couple of weeks ago, I came in here, and you guys had a boot on my car, and I was telling you, you know, I'm not the only one. You guys are doing this to disable people on Social Security, and I believe it's extortion. Because I just got done. I'm on Social Security. I make like $8.85. Okay, that's what I live on, and I spend all my money here in the city limits of Sacramento, except for these fees and fines. These fees and fines go to out-of-town arena investors. So, since I'm just one of the many people, can you turn the thing on there, please? It's okay. Now, I'm a homeless guy that makes $8.85, and I go to meetings and I keep track of records. A lot of people don't that are on the streets. I just paid $850 3 weeks ago to the city of Sacramento for parking tickets, and yet I'm getting an extortion letter from your Carroll Miller Justice Center on those same tickets that is saying that they're gonna like suspend my driver's license. Well, I'm one of the many people that sleep in the cars here and do a lot of good for this city. And you guys are trying to like somehow like drive us good people out. Well, I'll still be here, but I'll be with the blanket on the sidewalk. I am better off in my vehicle, as are other people, and I can bring you guys some people. Most of the people that live in cars are scared to come here, but one 72-year-old lady who actually went to law school over here, and she's retired now, and she lives in her car with her dog. She's been wanting to come in here and speak, and I think I got her feeling good, but she's afraid that you guys will target her with parking tickets because she's seen what happened to me. So this is what you're doing to cause people to be homeless. This is happening to me. As we get further criminalized, I'm going to continue to bring this stuff here. and that it'll be a testimony, and hopefully somebody in a few years, when all this craziness straightens out, can do something about it. As you push more people into disparity, homelessness, you take away our self-esteem. Not necessarily you, and I'm saying this collectively as the powers that be, but not necessarily you members exactly personally. But that's what's happening on the streets of Sacramento. You're pushing people down.
David.
It's not offering to go up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Lorraine?
Well, I wanted to speak of July 4th that's coming. Can we get that? Can you make it a little smaller? There you go. All right, thank you. And I wanted to read something. I think what's going on is just a lot of terror, isn't it? A commemoration of July 4th, Independence Day, taking our Justice Department, our laws, our churches, our God, our hospitals, our Ministry of Health, our people, our military Ministry of War, and putting them up for sale on the auction block to go to the highest bidder is oppressive slavery. This is treacherous treason and blasphemy, taking what is sacred and making it profane. Two prophetic artists, jurists, were censored some 20 years ago for depicting this deplorable state of affairs in two drawings. One was Christ represented as being in the toilet, Christ representing our Judeo-Christian heritage, being selected of God, being chosen, being a royal priesthood that is not of man. And the second picture was of the Justice Department that was also in the toilet, showing a contempt for the deplumed and despoiled honor and wealth of our nation. We are not profanum vulgus, which is representative in Latin of the common herd, but we are the only nation that honored God and his laws by promising liberty and justice to all people from the four corners of the earth, with no regard to person or place, requiring only that they live peaceably and lawfully and prosper according to their talents and services. We are in contempt, in violation of our own values and laws, dishonoring the tender hearts that sacrifice so much, their lives, their goods, their comforts, some dedicating long, thankless hours to healing the ills of society.
Lorraine?
Okay, I'll finish up here. And to inventions that would make it great. In God we trust, and we call on our God that has an open heaven.
Thank you, Lorraine.
And we stand in faithful solidarity.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Pastor Gainsborough is next. And then the last speaker is Ron Emsley.
Your item, yeah.
Thank you.
Pastor?
Good evening. Put a little graphic, if they could media that upwards and expand it. Can you expand that up? Expand that up to the size of the screen. That's good, thank you. House keys, not handcuffs. I missed being here last week, but I saw you all on the broadcast. I think it's great that it is broadcast. I want to commend the council for the follow-through with the Whole Person Care Act, with the upcoming $64 million that the state is going to match half of that with a 4-year program. Emily's going to talk about that later. But with a $1 million budget, and just to be honest, the Bible says that a day with the Lord is as 1,000 years with man. My time isn't even running here. That's dangerous with a preacher. But
we can correct that real quick.
You need grace as much as all the rest of us, so we'll just move right ahead. 100 children at Grant High School are homeless or living in cars Well, we have 11 public schools that have been empty for the last 18 months. This has been brought up multiple times. Emily's going to do a great presentation on item 36 tonight. If there's anyone in the chamber that would like to speak for the homeless, you can still put a slip in, bring it up to Nell here. I'm really glad to see that the council is moving on a number of items, but with a $1 billion budget, and the last city manager was getting $220,000 a year. Somebody say that with me. $220,000. And yet when we have asked for the last 6 months for something more than a measly $100,000 for a 4-month portable temporary tent shelter to take care of somewhere between 75 and 150 homeless, it has been refused, denied, shifted, tabled, gaslighted, put off. Maybe it's being done behind scenes, but I believe for the immediate needs on the streets, the heat that we had of 110 degrees, one cooling center at 27th Street is not adequate. No public toilets down by Loaves and Fishes or out here in Chavez Plaza is not your best. City Council, God put you in this position for your heart to beat 100,000 times today and not stop like someone we will dedicate this evening to do your best. Your best is to do more and to do something immediate for the homeless. God bless you. Thank you.
Ron Emsley.
I have a concern about the unsafe parks in Sacramento, especially in Oak Park. About 3 or 4 years ago, 2 people were wounded about noon. 4th Avenue at San Jose Way. I don't think anyone was prosecuted. They had no suspects. You keep on finding needles at McClatchy Park. There was over $2 million spent on renovation, and we had 2 cameras that were useless. They tell you to go away, and they flash, and they advertised as having 2 security cameras along with the $2 million. These weren't security cameras. They were just cameras to shoo the birds away. We had, I think it was a $200,000 field. It was a hockey field or something. Anyway, it was placed over a sewage storage, temporary peak for storage. There was absolutely no security thought of it, no cameras. It's unusable now because of the needles. Now we're going to get $600,000 to renovate the ball field at McClatchy Park. And there again, the park department is not going to do anything to deal with crime, needles, drug dealing, so I would hope that they might change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. That concludes our public comment. We'd like to thank you for coming down for your testimony. We'll now move to 3 special presentations. Would the city clerk please call the first one?
The first one is the recognition of Kristen Moore for heroism, and I believe that's Member Carr.
Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. On May the 25th, every parent's nightmare came true. You look outside and you do not see your 3-year-old. And if you are a parent, you know that that's a constant worry. Where are my children? Are they safe? Well, our 3-year-old, Katik Sharma, had gotten on his bicycle and went for a ride and forgot to tell his mom where he was going and got lost in the process and fell off the bike and hurt himself. and he sat on the sidewalk crying. Of course, his mom, Sanjeev Sharma, immediately called the police, the sheriff. Helicopters were flying overhead, all looking for Karthik. He was lucky enough to run into an amazing young lady in District 8 who immediately saw his need, saw his desperation, and she went to him, picked him up, tried to identify who he was. She didn't have a cell phone, so she took him home and immediately contacted the authorities, and they reunited Karthik with his mom, and everything turned out great. We want to recognize this young lady who could have turned her back, could have walked away, could have said, "This is not my business," but she took action and reunited this family. Christian Moore, would you please come forward? So, Christian, we have a resolution signed by all the members of the City Council, and it says in part, whereas without hesitation, Christian courageously approached the crying child on the sidewalk and found that he was lost with injuries from falling off his bike. And since she had no cell phone, immediately took the child to her home and contacted authorities. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Sacramento that we do commend Christian Moore for her concern for the safety of others and her willingness to be of assistance in time of need, and recognize her as a hero in her community and in the city of Sacramento. To say something.
I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. Well, I'm happy that I was be able to help a mother because she could have lost her child and he could have lost her. Somebody could have kidnapped him. I know if it was me, I wouldn't have known what to do, and I would have been in the same predicament, and I would have wanted somebody to find my child. So I'm happy that I was able to reunite her and her child.
Outstanding, outstanding. I think your shirt says it all, too.
And his mom is here, so I think she wants to say a word or two. Come on down, Ms. Sharma.
So this is the mom and the young man? Another big round of applause, y'all.
Say thank you. So lovely. So thank you. Okay. For saving me. For saving me. And thanking me. And thanking me. For bringing. For bringing. Me back. Back. To my mommy. To my mommy.
All right, yeah.
Come on forward and take a picture.
So Christian, you can go to the podium if you will. I think your shirt says how to be awesome, and it says step 1, be me.
Yes.
And I think that's a lesson for all of us, is that when we see the opportunity to be awesome, we need to be like you, we need to be an example like you, we need to reach out of our comfort zone and do something that can help someone else. And you exhibited all of that So I don't think you were looking for words when you decided to help him and get him back to his mom. I think you were just looking to make a difference. And I applaud you, this entire council applauds you on taking that extra step of going outside of yourself and being an assistance to someone else. And if all of us do that, we're going to make Sacramento an incredible city, more incredible than it already is. And so I applaud you, and I know a couple of other council members want to make some comments to you as well. So you got to sit there and take this, because we all think that you are great. We think you are incredible. We can't say enough great things about you and the effort that you put forth on this day. Councilwoman Ashby.
Thank you. Well, I've been a mom a long time, and I think sometimes when you hear a story like this, people think, how does a 3-year-old get out of your... I mean, did you see him? Right? I had a feeling. I've done this a number of times myself. The whole community's going to need some more of you, Christian, because kids are, they get out there and they explore, and we do the best we can, but, moms need help. And part of that is just helping each other, and I'm so glad you were there that day. I have a 4-year-old, and I try my best, but there are just moments, And that's why it takes a village, right? Nobody is in this on our own. We don't live on an island. And how special for you to have been there. And I could tell you're shy, and this is probably not your favorite moment ever. You're like, why did I stop, right? But you know what? It's true, and you got to own the moment. And I'm so glad that you were there. It was definitely intentional. You were exactly the right person, exactly the right moment to help that wild little guy get back to his mom. And good on you, good for you. I'm really proud of you. That's a great job, and I understand.
So we also have a local outreach volunteer by the name of Estella Drake. Estella, are you here? Stella wants to come up and have some comments as well. She wants to tell you how wonderful you are.
Good evening. So, as a volunteer for Front Street Animal Shelter, a lead for Councilmember Carr in our community, lead on next door, I get kittens and puppies. People knock on my door. This is my first experience with somebody bringing me a child. After she courageously found him, brought him home, rang my doorbell, and I was like, wow, I am so amazed by you. You have the biggest heart, and I just want to thank you from our district and from Bonavista Vista Neighborhood Watch that we love you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
So, any closing comments you want to make?
Same thing.
Thank you.
All right. And that says it all. That says it all. So, we thank you. Everyone, one more big round of applause, please.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Just want to add that what she did probably didn't come innately. She was taught those things. She was taught to value community, taught to value people, and her mother is here who taught her those things. Miss Shirley Moore, would you stand up, Shirley?
Shirley Moore, we know that you love your daughter, and I want you to know that we love her too. So she is an incredible person. She helped to make a difference, and we want all of our constituents and residents to make a difference like she did. And so we are happy to honor her with this resolution, and we hope that she will hold it proudly in your home, in her home. So thank you again. All right. We'll move to our next special presentation.
Okay, this is recognizing Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority of Oak Park for their community service, and I believe this is Mr. Cheniers.
Councilmember Chenier.
Thank you very much. In the vein of It Takes a Village, we are here tonight to honor and bring up Eta Gamma Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha. And so I'm going to ask Alana to come up and actually all of the folks in the sorority, if you want to come up with her, that would be terrific. So we got a call a little bit ago from them saying they'd like to do some community work in McClatchy Park. And we have a few pictures, so I think, who's doing that? I guess me. So we're going to show these, and then I'm just going to talk for a couple minutes. This is the sorority. So this sorority was chartered in 1958, so I'm only 2 years older than the sorority. It's been an important feature in Oak Park for all of those years and established a standard of service that exists to today. It started with 16 members. You have now over 100 members. They work to meet community needs in education, health, family, environmental issues, and global issues. They recently hosted a cleanup of McClatchy Park, and I will say, actually, we do have many more patrols in McClatchy Park, and the park is doing well, and so we're excited about that. And in addition to their service in the community, the chapter scholarship program has awarded nearly $500,000 in scholarships to high school students and have provided financial support to the NAACP, the Job Corps, and the Urban League. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Oak Park community, an incredible number of very articulate, smart women who helped make this, I'm doing what I know best here, so. So I just want to say thank you, and it's important for this community to have people like you who are willing to do community service and make this a better place and a better community. So, Alana, do you want to say a couple words? And then we have a resolution for you as well, and we'll take a picture.
Yes, on behalf of our president, who is to my right, President Tara Lampkins, and the members of Eta Gamma Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, many of which are here with me today, I would like to thank Councilmember Jay Chenier for this recognition. And as many of you know, you've mentioned a lot of the service activities that we've done in the community, but we have served the Oak Park community since 1958, most notably through the use of our sorority house, which is a registered historical landmark in the city of Sacramento, and it also is the home of our Oak Park Preschool, which has been in operation for over 50 years. We look forward to a continued partnership with the City of Sacramento, and I would like to also at this time give a special thanks to Vice Mayor Rick Jennings, who also supported us in our McClatchy Park cleanup, as well as to Councilmember Chenier, staff members Jess and Kalani, who worked very closely with us to help provide donations for the over 30 volunteers that we had that day and giving up 60 volunteer hours. And so before we get our award, we did this project in the spirit that was most exhibited by Ms. Bonnie Pennell. So if we can just take maybe 3 to 5 seconds and observe a moment of silence, we would like to dedicate this recognition to her. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a picture.
Vice Mayor, I can't punch up because my name's in the thing, but I feel compelled here. A lot of these Alpha Kappa Alphas are good friends of mine or law school classmates or constituents. And I don't know if you've ever dealt with how much you've dealt with the Alpha Kappa Alphas, but just like a word of warning to anyone, when you see them coming, just join the effort. It's just a lot easier. These are some fierce ladies here, and they are incredibly talented. For example, Alana there in the middle, that is a top oral advocate winner at McGeorge School of Law the year that I was there, represented us across the country. These are some outstanding women that are brilliant and, as Councilmember Warren pointed out, beautiful, but they're doers. And if you really wanted to figure out how to make a big impact in the community, this would be a great group of ladies to hang out with for a while. They do tremendous amounts of work, and we're lucky to have them in Sacramento doing what they do.
Absolutely. I totally agree. Thank you so much for everything. Big round of applause. So I just want to say in closing, it is groups like the AKAs that help us to make Sacramento what it is today. And they constantly, not only on their community day of service, but whenever the need is there, they will come through and they will help. And they've been in my district, and I think they've had an impact in virtually every district in our city, because whenever we call them, they come. And so we thank you for that service. We thank you for setting the example for other organizations so that they can see the good work that you do and they will want to duplicate it. And all the kids who see you when you're out there in the parks and in the fields and doing the work, they see that as well. And one day they will duplicate it. So you are leading by example, and we thank you from the bottom of our heart. The AKAs of Sacramento. Okay, we'll move to our third presentation.
Okay, this is the recognition given by the American Heart Association to the Sacramento Fire Department. And I believe, yes, we have a representative that will come forward and good, we'll take it from there.
Good evening. My name's Mick Smith. I'm with the American Heart Association, and just wanted to come tonight to present an award in person. We have a program called Mission Lifeline, which is a national program, and it's designed to ensure that a specific type of heart attack patient receives evidence-based care per our guideline recommendations. One of the things that we also have with that is an award process or a recognition process specifically for our first responders or fire and EMS agencies who are able to adhere to specific guideline recommendations and meet those recommendations at a very high level. So just wanted to come in person tonight and present to Sacramento City Fire Department our Mission Lifeline Award and just say congratulations, and we appreciate all the great work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Please.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Jennings, City Manager and Council. It's an honor to be here to accept this award on behalf of the men and women of the Sacramento Fire Department who truly on a daily basis do make a positive impact. Just as a quick example, if somebody right now was having a heart attack here in the chambers and we called 911 and they responded out, they would start a patient assessment, start care. They would take a 12-lead EKG, a big picture, and through the wonders of the cloud, they would remotely transmit that to one of the receiving cardiac cath receiving facilities in Sacramento. The emergency room doctor there would evaluate that and confirm that they're having a heart attack. They would activate the cath lab team, and when our crews got there, the cath lab team would be bedside and they would go right to the cath lab. Every minute that we save makes a positive impact in the long-term outcome of that patient's well-being. So it's absolutely a pleasure to accept this on behalf of the Sacramento Fire Department.
Thank you so much. Now, I saw that picture that you took, and I don't think it did it justice, so I want you to come on back down, and all of our firefighters that are in the audience, I want them to come as well. Come on down. I want all of us to come on. Come on, to the front. All of you to the front, come on. And I want to do this picture with justice, and I want all of my colleagues to come around me at the top here so we can take this picture and do it right.
Do I have to stand behind Chris Hart?
Can we make it, like, do you think we could get it all done?
I don't think so. We do have to chat, but he's too short. We still got consent.
He wants to talk on the consent.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mick.
One more big round of applause for our Sacramento firefighters. And with that, I am now proud to present the mayor of the city of Sacramento. And he will lead us with the rest of the meeting, and it has been my pleasure to start this meeting off.
Thank you. You did a great job.
Great stage management back there.
Well, thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I apologize to everyone for being a little bit late. I just want to add to the sadness of the evening, recognizing the passing of Bonnie Pennell. And what a fighter. And a great public servant, and we'll miss her. So let us go right to the consent calendar. and ask, we do have public testimony, significant amount of public testimony on the consent calendar, so let's begin with that and identify the
Items, okay.
the items, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
so as is typical for our last meeting prior to recess, we have a large number of consent items. There are 33 consent items. So we have public comment on item number 1 and on item number 5. And in addition, we have item number 29 that Member Harris would like to have a discussion regarding. So shall we take public comment first? Okay, so we'll start with item number 1, the Police Commission item. Public comment on that is Jennifer Manuel. And then I have one with no name. Sorry. And then Lorraine Brown. And those are all for item number 1.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jennifer Manuel. I'm the chair of the Women and Girls Advancement Coalition. Our coalition would like to commend the efforts of this council in nominating a police commission that is reflective of our communities. With women comprising 45% of this commission, we are encouraged by the progress our council is making to ensure that our boards are commissioned are balanced with deference to both gender and to race and ethnicity. So we just want to thank you for all that you do. Thank you.
We'll take that. Thank you.
Okay, Lorraine.
I just wanted to comment on the commission appointments that don't offer any salary. I'm a little concerned that some people that are choosing to be on commissions, not this one in particular, but just generally, are involved in profiteering where they are not identifying themselves, but in the community trying to get information. I don't know what they're doing, but I personally have been very concerned about people involved in the dogfight or whatever they're involved in. They're very intrusive, and they are bordering on antagonistic oftentimes, where they interject themselves and insinuate themselves in situations without identifying the fact that they're attached to one of the nonprofits or commissions or advocates of whatever they're advocating. So when we don't pay people, we always look for what are the secondary gains of them volunteering, and not everyone has lofty, heartfelt humanitarian concerns. And it would be the same thing as trying to provoke one of the officers to catch them responding inappropriately and then using that as leverage. So I think we really need to make sure that there's proper training and that people should identify themselves. I would really appreciate it if they would say, I am with the dogfight, or I am with this commission. How are you doing? Hello, this is what we used to do. We used to know our community, and it would be a lot safer that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I believe it's Rosanna Herber is the one, yes, for item 1.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Rosanna.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, members of the council. I am the person who submitted a form without putting my name on it. Sorry about that. Just shows you how nervous I am always
You're
to
with
come.
friends.
I know. I do want to say that I'm part of the Stonewall Democratic Club and the Women and Girls Advancement Committee, and we met with all of the council members and the mayor and really asked that the police commission have gender equity, racial equity, but also to include LGBT folks. And I'm just so pleased that many of you heard that call and made a really big difference. And for one of the first times, we're having a very important commission have 45% women. That's pretty outstanding. And 2 LGBT people, which is also outstanding. And so I've been here for about an hour and a half, and I've seen that you get a lot of criticism from folks. But I want to say that this really is an important appointment, and you guys really did the right thing. And so I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you so much, Rosanna.
Okay, we have several that have signed up for item number 5, which is the ordinance amendment that relates to efficiency dwelling units. So we'll start with Eric Frame, and then James Clark, and David Andre, and Tom Dupre.
Hello again. Never really quite know what these consent calendar items are all about. Kind of have to do your research when you get here, so bear with me. It sounds to me like we're making apartments smaller, and I hope that means those apartments will also have a lower rent to go along with that. I don't know if that's part of the consent calendar number 5 item. But we here in California desperately need rent control. Yeah. I've been speaking to people in other states, and they have a much lower rent compared to California. So rent control, I think, would be a good idea. I'm hoping this miniaturization of apartments isn't just a handout to developers and will also include reducing the rent for occupies. Mr. Steinberg, you missed it. Sacramento is the hub of child trafficking, and I'm hoping that we can do something to stop that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Councilmember Chenier, did you want to respond now?
Yeah, real quickly. And this is not a conversation, but just so you know, what we've done is we've changed the ordinance to go down to 150 square feet for dwellings, so that if tiny houses want to come in under the ordinance, they're allowed to do it. We don't charge rent. We are not owners of apartments, but it allows for tiny house developments to come in. So that's what we did.
Sounds good.
Okay.
And that, which will lead to increased affordability. Right. I mean, that's the point, to create more options, more affordable options for people, because we recognize it, like you do, as a real problem facing our community. Councilmember Harris, on this issue? Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. So part of the impetus to change this ordinance was to allow for a unit like the micropad, which I brought to Sacramento last summer, is a possibility to erect for homeless housing, for permanent supportive housing. So this change in ordinance opens the door, and I hope that we can move forward with that and create more inventory for permanent supportive housing, which we know we have a great need for.
Okay, James Clark, and then David Andre.
So after reading over the full proposal, on the surface it looks pretty good. I do like that it does open the door for tiny homes. I think there is a better way to go about getting that done. I do see some flaws in this, that it could be used by the developers to just make smaller units and not really charge any different rates. There's no control on that in this proposal. It does kind of seem almost like a handout the way it's worded to the developers, because basically when they're going to go build their units, now they can just build, for every other unit, they get a free unit that they get to build with the same amount of space, and then they can just charge the same amount of rent. There's nothing controlling that. I think that we do need the tiny home villages. I do think it's good that we're working towards making something that will allow that to happen, but I think we need to couple that effort with rent control. You know, with skyrocketing rents and no regulation on how much the landlords are charging, making them able to make smaller units does nothing to address the value that they're going to charge. It doesn't stop them from charging the same rates that they're currently charging, doesn't do anything to help protect the cost efficiency of these units. So while I think it is a good idea that it does open it up for tiny homes, I think that it doesn't have the safeguards to ensure that greedy landlords and slumlords don't misuse the ordinance in a way that would just give people a smaller place to live for the same freaking price. You know, that's a big issue. We've been talking about these issues for a long time, and I think we do need rent control seriously in Sacramento. More and more people are ending up homeless right now because they cannot afford rent. I know people that are working 2 jobs and still can't afford a place to live in Sacramento right now. And just making the unit smaller does not guarantee that the landlords won't keep raising those rents. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Hey, David. Following David is Tom Dupre, and then Pastor Gainsborough.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Fago just said about this. I was, first I was for this, and I put, oh yeah, this sounds like a good thing, until I started talking to some people about it. And the consensus out there is that the developers are going to use this just to make further profits and further take money away from the poor people that this is supposed to serve. So right now, myself and some others are against that. There needs to be some safeguards in there in the language that says they just can't make smaller houses and still charge all this big amount of money, and then we're in the same problem, kind of like we are with SROs costing so much. So anyway, I want you guys to think about that, please, and do your best. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, fortunately, I actually have found a place here in Sacramento to live.
Yes. All right.
You know, now the only problem with that is I can't afford it. It's costing me $600 a month, and that's a one bedroom with a shower. And that's, you know, there's no TV, there's no refrigerator, and you know, yes, I have a place to sleep on a bed, which is better than was sleeping in my car, which I was doing a while back. So yeah, there is improvement in this, but $600 a month with my Social Security is like, that's, you know, have enough for gas, and that's about it.
Are you getting some support from any of the programs or the community?
No, all I found was, as a matter of fact, the lady, she's in the audience, she had found me this place, and she said it was $600 a month, and so I walked in there, and you know, I drew $600 out of my savings account, and no, there's no other support. You know, I have to pay for everything. No TV and stuff like that. I think I missed the TV more than anything.
I understand. Well, we are here, and you've come before the council a few times, and we're here to help. If there's anything we can do or anything you're entitled to that you're not currently getting, where we can help you, we're happy to do that. Our staff is here.
The VA isn't supplementing any of this at all.
Okay. Well, thank you. Again, we're happy to offline to talk through anything we might do to help you more.
Yes.
No, that's not the way it works, ma'am. I'm sorry. We're happy to meet with you afterwards, though, or even one of our staff members now to come meet, try to help, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I'm glad you're sheltered.
Pastor Gainsborough, and then Robert Copland is the last speaker.
Mayor, good to see you and City Council. The stat is still hasn't been challenged that 22 veterans commit suicide every day in America. That's 22 veterans yesterday committed suicide in America. 22 veterans today committed suicide in America. That was a veteran standing up here that doesn't have adequate resources, but he does have a roof over his head, the fourth time that I've encouraged him and helped get him down here. He told me that half of the Salvation Army people there are homeless vets. I would like the council to research that and see if that's true. He also told me that half of the veterans, now I know we may not see the light, but at least we can feel the heat. He told me that out at Mather Air Force Base at the Veterans Facility that half of them are homeless vets. Why can't Sacramento City Council and a world-class mayor like you, Mayor Steinberg, launch and raise the funds if we have to at the new arena to raise enough money for at least a 50 or 100 or 150 veteran village with excess housing available, to make a national wave of prototyping what a world-class, compassion-led city council produces for the veterans who have put their lives on the line. I am in favor of your ordinance number 5 of changing the square footage, but without rent control, the greedy landlords and developers will raise the price and make money off of it, and the people of Sacramento will still be homeless, especially the veterans. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Robert?
Well, I'm going to have to agree with everything that everybody else on this issue said. We need rent control now. Because I went door knocking on by a complex by Florin and Franklin on Cooney. A lot of people on that complex was Hispanic, and they were all saying they need lower rent or a better place to live. Why can't we do it? This is supposed to be a world-class city, but I don't think it really is. This is a sham that Sacramento is a world-class city. We need rent control now. And what Bego said about this could be used by the developers, I think that can happen. And I'm not going to mention what Lorraine Brown said about dogfight, because what she says is totally not true. On issue 1, we need rent control now, and no slumlords in Sacramento, and there's several slumlords. And if rent keeps on going up, what are people giving up just to pay that rent? Think about that part. Thank you.
Thank you.
There, it should also be noted for the record that Member Warren has requested to abstain from this item. And then on item number 29, Member Harris wished to speak, and this is the supplemental agreement with Republic Services of Sacramento for green waste processing.
Okay, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Terrence Davis, our solid waste manager, to come to the podium and answer a couple of questions. This item is about a fairly large contract having to do with tipping fees for green waste at local dump sites. And I wanted to ask a couple of questions, Terrence. So it seems to me that this is actually within the city manager's purview to manage this contract. Is that right? Because it has a not to exceed amount, and there's negotiation room within this contract that the city manager could do without bringing this to council. Is that correct?
Yes, Council Member. For the record, Terrence Davis, Public Works. This supplemental does not exceed the original $12 million that was approved by council back in 2014. So there is room under that current agreement to negotiate this rate increase.
So is it correct that our current tipping fees are actually below market rate?
Correct. So as a part of this discussion with Republic Services, we retained a third-party CPA firm to do a performance audit of our existing agreement, but also do a market survey of existing green waste rates for tipping fees. And the results of that survey indicated that on average, most of the market rates for green waste tipping fees are 20 to 35% higher than what we're proposing or recommending in this supplemental. So the market conditions are, on average, based on this survey, higher than what's being proposed.
So if we do this negotiation with Republic, they would receive over $600,000 more in remuneration for tipping fees under this contract?
Correct. So we've projected, of course, this is based on a per ton cost, and so we're projecting based on what our typical average tonnage is. So under our projections, conservative projections, that's about a $680,000 increase over 3 years based on our existing average annual tonnage.
And if the manager didn't enter into this negotiation, Republic could for roughly $500,000 buyout of the contract. If they did, it would leave us having to renegotiate probably a more market rate tipping fees?
Certainly, that is one scenario that might play out. And under those circumstances, given the market conditions, we'd be forced to enter into some other short-term bid and essentially deal with whatever the market prices were at that point in time.
So at this juncture, it really doesn't put any more burden on the city within the context of the limits of the contract.
Correct. This, again, is under the existing $12 million not to exceed amount. It's fairly moderate annual and doesn't put any additional pressure at this point.
Okay, so it really doesn't look like there's a downside. I mean, it costs us a little more money, but if we chose not to do this, we would have exposure to substantially bigger fees in the short term.
That is my assessment, and as I said, that is the assessment that's been validated by the third-party firm who conducted the audit of the existing agreement.
So you're bringing this to council just strictly for transparency reasons?
Certainly for transparency, and just to kind of highlight the issue, there are regulatory changes afoot, so as we look at green waste disposal as a whole, or waste disposal, there are changes that will happen in the state and in the region, so absolutely this was just a attempt to be transparent about what we were doing to continue to run the enterprise.
All right, Terrence, thanks so much for your clarifications. I do appreciate it.
Certainly.
Okay, we have one more abstention on item number 4, and that's by Member Hanson.
I want to make, okay.
Yes, I believe I'm done.
That's it, okay. I just wanted to make a brief comment about the Police Commission. And first of all, to thank all of those who are willing to serve. And of course, this is a new day in Sacramento. This Police Commission is a different Police Commission, not only its composition, but also its authority and its powers. You will have the power to make real recommendations to the City Council regarding police department policy, procedure, and best practices. You will be responsible for reviewing quarterly reports of all citizen complaints, and that is a very key and new function. And most importantly, I hope that you see yourselves as community leaders, which you are, but community leaders now in an expanded way, and recognize what the City Council recognizes, that we have an outstanding police department. We have an outstanding police department because the men and women who choose to protect and serve, the vast majority do an outstanding job. But we also have an outstanding police department because we have the confidence to acknowledge when we err, and that transparency is not only of great benefit and import to the community, but it will also serve the men and women of the police department well and in the right way. And so please do your jobs, as I know you will, with great effort, and communicate with us, because what you're doing out in the community, what you will be doing, you're going to be in part our eyes and ears as well. And I just wanted to thank you, and I'm very glad. It's only appropriate, given what Councilmember Ashby has talked about with gender equity, Councilmember Jennings and Carr and Warren and others, and Guetta on equity around race and ethnicity, that this police commission represent our community. And I think it goes a long way, and only the beginning. So thank you. We have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. Moved and seconded with the abstentions noted by Ms. Coccolino, our city clerk. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? That passes again on a 9-0 vote. Thank you all very, very much. We will now move to item 34.
This is to authorize the issuance of the Natomas Meadows Community Facilities District and a special tax bonds. It's the first discussion item, number 34.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Colin Bettis. I'm with the City Treasurer's Office. Here with me today is John Colville, the City Treasurer, Brian Wong, also of the City Treasurer's Office, Joe Cirillo from the City Attorney's Office, David Ragland and Schwab Shams of Granite Bay Development, the master developer for the project area that I will be speaking about. Once I'm finished with my remarks, David Ragland would also like to speak briefly on this item. The item before you for consideration today is the authorization of the issuance of Natomas Meadows Community Facilities District number 2007-01 Improvement Area 1 bonds. Natomas Meadows Community Facilities District, or CFD for short, is located in North Natomas at the southeast corner of Del Paso Road and Gateway Park Drive, and is planned to have 495 residential units at build-out. The CFD was originally formed through a special mailed ballot election held on September 28, 2007. Unfortunately, due to the de facto moratorium caused by the Federal Emergency Management Agency flood map changes that showed North Natomas in a special flood hazard area, the developer was unable to continue building within the CFD, and the city was unable to issue debt at that time. Subsequently, the electors of the CFD approved through a special mailed ballot election certain change proceedings, the details of which are included within the report. Now that the de facto moratorium has been lifted and development has resumed in the CFD, the city may issue bonds for the purpose of financing the acquisition and construction of certain public facilities, to reimburse the developer for certain development-related fees, and to provide fee credits to the developer for certain development-related fees. The bonds are anticipated to be issued to institutional investors. The debt service on the bonds will be payable from the receipt of special taxes from the CFD. Neither the city's general fund nor any other fund sources or source of funds will be pledged for the repayment of these bonds. Additionally, there will be a regular reserve fund that will be funded through the issuance of the bonds, and due to certain appraised property values within the CFD, the developer has agreed to fund a supplemental reserve fund for the specific use of delinquencies resulting from undeveloped properties within the CFD, should the remaining tax collections be insufficient for the debt service payment. As an additional note, on the values represented in the preliminary official statement, they represent the values that are included within the most recent appraisal report prepared by Sievers Jordan Ziegenmeyer. There was a prior appraisal completed, however, the most recent construction within the CFD was not included. So an additional appraisal was completed to take those improvements into consideration. A discussion of the prior appraisal will be included within the next preliminary official statement prior to marketing the bonds. Staff recommends the City Council pass the resolution that will authorize, 1, the issuance of the City of Sacramento, Natomas Meadows, Community Facilities District number 2007-01, Improvement Area number 1, Special Tax Bonds, Series 2017. 2, the execution and delivery of master indenture, a first supplemental indenture, a bond purchase contract, an official statement, a continuing disclosure certificate, a supplemental reserve agreement, an amended and restated agreement to reimburse fees from bond proceeds, and 3, certain other actions in connection with the bonds. This concludes my remarks at this time, and I would like to introduce David Ragland with Granite Bay Development to speak briefly. After he speaks, we will be available for any comments or questions.
Very good. Briefly is great. Welcome. Welcome. I mean, as long as you want.
Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, my name is David Ragland. I'm the Vice President for Anthem United. We are the master plan developer for the Natomas Meadows community. I just want to say that we are in complete agreement in accordance with the staff report that was filed and with Colin's report this evening. And I'd also like to thank staff as well as several third-party consultants over the last several months working diligently with us to be able to bring this item to you for consideration this evening. Also, I'm available for any questions that you may have on this, and that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Are there questions? Council member, there's no public testimony. Councilmember Ashby, this is your district.
Thank you, Mayor. Shouldn't be too controversial. Great work out of the Treasurer's Office as usual. Mr. Ragland is a terrific community partner. Thank you so much for your engagement. I have no problem moving the item, Mayor.
Second.
2 seconds.
Thank you for your multiple seconds.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Measure passes 9-0. Thank you very much. It was routine, but very important. We appreciate it. We now move to file item 35, one of the two lead items of the evening, and I'd like to welcome up Richard Rich, and maybe a brief opening before you take it, if that's all right. Been looking forward to this presentation for some time because many of us have said that the riverfront ought to be the next great venture for Sacramento. I hear it out in the community everywhere, and it's certainly been something that we've talked a lot about at City Hall long before my tenure here started. But the discussion has always been around, as I said earlier to Sacramento Bee, under the category of wouldn't it be nice or wouldn't it be great if. It's time to start matching our dreams with the capacity to be able to deliver on our dreams. And so tonight is a thorough presentation that begins to show you what's possible, not just by virtue of the various projects that are possible, but to connect that with our emerging financial capacity to be able to do more. I turn it over to Mr. Rich. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name is Richard Rich. I'm the project manager for the Riverfront. Tonight's presentation, our brief presentation tonight, will be in two parts. First, Urban Land Institute coincidentally had a program that they hosted, a national program of riverfront development, inviting other cities. We have Alan Folks and Bernadette Austin here tonight to give an overview of the results of that, and then I will follow then with the city's program and a presentation.
Welcome to both of you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Members of the council, we're glad to be here. Bernadette and myself, we're pleased to bring this program to you. We both are members of ULI, which is a nonprofit think tank focused on land and community issues. About a year ago, ULI gathered all of its members together to talk about what should be the initiatives for the year. The number one priority came up, focus on the riverfront. And we heard that from all of our members. Everybody's very actively engaged in this, and this is what led us to do a program on this. But it also, we know it aligns with your priorities, as you said, and it also aligns with Mayor Cabalden and members of the City of West Sacramento who are very actively engaged in their waterfront as also, and we gave a presentation to them several weeks ago on this very topic. Next. So we know we're not starting from scratch here. There was a plan done back in 2003. There's been a lot of planning done, over $1 billion invested in the areas in and around the riverfront on both sides. So this is not starting from scratch. A lot of work has been done. Next. So the program convened on March 24th and 25th, and the idea here was to convene 4 cities from around the U.S. as best practices, and let's find out what was kind of the secret in the sauce that led to their revitalization. So after talking to a number of people, we found out that, okay, there's the cities of Chattanooga, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Louisville, Kentucky, and Spokane, Washington were all rising to the top when you Google best riverfronts in America. So we invited these speakers, they came in and they talked to us. We followed that program with a full one-day workshop with all of our members and invited guests who then dug deeper into what were the issues and then what were the results that made these waterfronts successful. And that Richard Rich was very much a part of that. John Dangbar, thanks John for helping to sponsor some of this events. So what we heard from these cities, first Chattanooga, this was a place that Walter Cronkite called in 1969 the dirtiest city in America. When you go there today, it's an amazing place. They have a world-class aquarium, 11 miles of river walk, a pedestrian-only bridge which goes across the river, a discovery museum, and a world-class art museum. All been done in the last 10 years. And what they have done is they started a nonprofit company called the River City Company, which was set up to acquire, plan, develop, and maintain property along that waterfront. Very successful. They have a staff of 7, and every day, that's what they do. They focus on the waterfront. And recently, Volkswagen came in and invested $1 billion, and the sole reason was you have a very lively and engaging riverfront, and by extension now, the downtown is starting to take off. Next. Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville sits on the Ohio River. This city's much like Pittsburgh's been flooded over the years many times, but the one thing they also have there is 3 freeways which run along the waterfront. For them, the secret was to try and recapture a large public gathering place along that riverfront becomes the signature element for their town. So it's a large public park. This cost $114 million to execute over time. 1/3 of that was from the Fed and city, one third was from state government, and 1/3 of the money came through private donors. They passed special legislation and started the Louisville Waterfront Corporation. Very much like the River City Company in Chattanooga, that's what they focus on every day is just purchase land, acquire land, develop, maintain, operate, and execute developments. And here in Louisville, that riverfront is, there's probably 300 events that happen over the course of the year. Next. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh's riverfront's been constrained by topography, industry, and infrastructure along its edges for many years. Back in the 1990s, under Mayor Tom Murphy, they passed a bond measure that allowed for 2 new stadiums, one for the Pirates and one for the Steelers on the north shore of the Allegheny River. Because of that, it then led to all kinds of issues about how do you connect people between the events along the waterfront to the new downtown area which was coming off of Point State Park, and then also to a new convention center. So a lot of what happened there became a sort of synergy amongst trying to connect the different new features that the city was building around the year 2000. They did a master plan, and then from that they started the River Life Corporation, which was funded by the Heinz Foundation, to then seed monies each year so that they can redevelop the waterfront edges. And they did that along all 3 waterfront edges, building new parks, new paseos, new trails, sculpture everywhere, and then lighting the bridges at night. So it's a fantastic organization that's done really great work in Pittsburgh. And then finally, Spokane, Washington. This city had a head start because it had the World's Fair in 1974. That led to a lot of the cleaning up of the old rail yards that were there. But when you go there now, you'll see there's a gondola ride. There's one of the largest carousels in the United States. There's new bridges. They're building a new lazy ice skating rink, a regional playground, and very much like the other cities, lots of public art. In 2014, they had a vote that brought in $64 million. That was passed by the city at a rate of 68%. The park board oversees this, and approximately 8% of the city's general fund actually goes back to the park board for improvements. So there's a lot of good things that each of the cities had to say, and we summarize this very quickly, but if you hit that again, Bernadette, there's the 3 key things that kept coming up from each of these cities was 1, form an entity whose sole vision is about maintaining the quality, the ambiance, the character of the riverfront. Don't try and do it with city staff. Come up with a whole new organization that actually does that. secure funding sources and secure them from different places. It can't all just be private donors. It's got to be state, federal, and sometimes that does take special legislation. And then finally, prioritize those programs and phase it over time. So that very quickly is a nutshell what the key findings were, and then you might want to take it from here in terms
Sure,
of...
and I'll make this as quick as possible. So I think one key thing to note is that these entities were both JPAs and public-private partnerships. A couple of them, I believe 2 of the 4 of them, worked with the state agencies to get special accommodations for their JPA for financing and for other components. And then the nonprofit component would allow for fundraising that wouldn't be allowable under a public entity. So we actually have some specific legislation that we could look at both as a city and also that we could bring forward to the state, and I'd be happy to follow up with you on that, either myself or other ULI representatives. And just to show one quick picture, this is what could be a vision of essentially our riverfront or our Embarcadero, and a great quote from Kim White from the River City Companies that the amenities really matter. And what I'll end with is, actually I'll speed through these. These are just some great examples of things that have happened in other communities. And what I'll end with is, if those in the audience who were part of this process want to raise their hand, we have several representatives who participated in this workshop. It was 2 two-hour focus sections, a half-day panel, and then a workshop. So thank you very much for your time. We'd be happy to follow up with questions either this evening or at a future date.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation, but also for all the participation, because the reputation of ULI, of course, is outstanding, and this serves as an inducement, if you will, and a foundation for us to consider what's coming next. I just think important to note from the very beginning, when you talk about an entity solely for the waterfront, we have to acknowledge that we're talking about the city, we're talking about the state of California,
right.
We're talking about multiple cities, we're talking about the state of California, and we're talking about the private sector. And who am I leaving out? A
couple of counties.
Yeah.
Army Corps of Engineers.
The Sacramento River. And the people that, of course, yes, the people that live there. Okay, thank you.
So while we're bringing up the next presentation, I would like to also thank Alan and Bernadette and Mark and Mary in the back, and all of the other people at ULI that worked so hard in conjunction with us at the city to pull that off. Really, what we were hoping for and what we were able to achieve was some synergy between the work that they did and we did. And you'll see in a little bit, one of the many recommendations tonight has to do exactly with how to structure a partnership agreement that can help us move forward with our riverfront. Let's start. Just a brief preview. We have 3 parts tonight on this part of the presentation. The first is an overview of the riverfront in general, and that leads to a recommendation of where we might invest to create a premier Sacramento destination. The second is a series of recommendations to enhance that selected destination. And the third is a little longer view and perhaps more dramatic in terms of the projects that it might suggest, the intent being to create a national caliber riverfront destination. So I wanted to start with why to invest. I know that there are a number of great proposals in front of the city in terms of where monies from the TOT and from Destination Sacramento go. I'd like to start with one that may not be intuitive, but that is that we compete for the innovation economy, and that we succeed in that competition based on the environments that we provide for the creative workforce and the demands that they make and what they're looking for. The riverfront can add uniquely to this city a kind of a new edge, a new vibe, something that doesn't exist in the offering that we have now, and it could add to the mix of places that we're able to provide. Second is the idea of room nights and revenues. Over half of the business travelers that come to Sacramento day trip Sacramento and do not stay overnight. Now, if we were able to provide a must-see destination, we could encourage them or entice them to spend the night in picking up all of those room nights, not to mention the per capita spending that they would have. That attraction can fairly easily be a waterfront entertainment district that people go to, and we'll see experiences of that later. Finally, in terms of why invest in the riverfront is the idea of momentum. Right? Downtown is clearly going through a renaissance at this point, and that is clearly driven by the success of the Golden One Center. It's important as a city that we keep leveraging that success. It's occurring now with the Convention Center complex, but we need to leverage that throughout the core and to capture the full vitality of that synergy with Golden One Center. We need to engage the riverfront, right? We are the riverfront city, and we have it as an iconic image. We've all seen this image, or many of them, just like this, right? Sacramento, the shining river, shining city. Question is, do we capture the full economic benefit of this icon? Let me just give you as evidence that travel industry measures the recreational activities of tourists in individual cities and then compares those against national averages. In 2011, Visit Sacramento commissioned a study, Sacramento visitor profile, and within that, deeply buried, is the idea of what visitor activities do people engage in Sacramento. Sightseeing, national average for sightseeing is 15%. We are at 9% for leisure, 4% for business, and while those may not be great, they're at least respectable. But when we get to the idea of visiting waterfronts, 11% nationally visit waterfronts. Here in Sacramento, we capture 3% of the leisure business and only 1% of business travelers. And while those numbers are surprising and perhaps disappointing, they represent an enormous opportunity for us to capture that business. And then the question becomes, how? So overall, the initial charge was take a look at the river and what should we do. Here is the, if you will, the payoff of that. 40 years of planning, and seriously, it is 40 years. The first program that I saw was a 1975 study. From then forward, we've been able to sort of gather from that pretty much the same recommendations, study after study. We have 60 of them here. Some of them have been added, but generally they are the results of those plans. Our long-term goal, of course, is to accomplish every single one of those. But tonight, we're going to focus on just those projects that have the most promise of creating a catalytic destination here in Sacramento. So starting with just a couple of the zones of the river, and this will be short, I'd like to start with Matsui Park. You know, it's adjacent to the rail yards in between the I-5 interchange. It's a beautiful amenity. I mean, we all know that have been there. It's also the site for the Powerhouse Science Center and the Hanami Line, and connected to the I Street Bridge. Just south of that, the rail yards riverfront will become a new gateway into Sacramento with the opening of the I Street Bridge. This is an enormous change in that area. Now, while the public lands along the riverfront are narrow and only accommodate a parkway, the rail yard specific plan, which you have all seen and approved last year, includes another large riverfront park and high density, very high density, mixed use riverfront development. Just past it also is the Rail Technology Museum, Kaiser Medical Center, and MLS. This will become an extremely busy area. And then next is the idea of Old Sac area. It's obviously the city's birthplace. It's also the source of our indomitable lore that we refer back to regularly with pride. It has the greatest concentration of historic assets. It's unrivaled in its riverfront access for visitors, and it is immediately adjacent to the urban core. Its potential for increased social and economic impact is huge. I struggled with the word. Enormous was maybe a little too large, but huge was a great word for what the potential of Old Sacramento is. So our recommendation, not surprisingly, is that we believe that the area between Matsui Park and Old Sacramento offers the strongest opportunity today to create that must-see destination. And it also has the added benefit of being able to be synergetic with private developments that it frames. So, quickly, on the Powerhouse Science Center and the Hanami Line, Rachel Hazelwood from Economic Development will present these two projects to you in August. So tonight's presentation will focus on Old Sacramento. And in Old Sacramento, Our goal is simply, again, to create that must-see destination that will attract visitation in ways that it doesn't now. Initially, we're proposing incremental enhancements that will increase the appeal of Old Sacramento to our current markets, but most importantly, to markets that we don't tap, which probably have the greatest potential. So I want to start with 3 existing conditions of Old Sac that will help us inform where the plan should go. Number 1 is the top attraction in town. TripAdvisor rates it the only 5-star attraction in town. It's tops, it outdraws even the Capitol, for which we're famous. It is a fantastic asset in Old Sacramento. Multiple stakeholders create an operating challenge, with the state and the city and the private sector each controlling about 1/3 of the real estate. Articles and studies as far back as 1984 have repeatedly called for a consolidated approach to governance. Most recently, EPS did a study in 2014 that said, and I'll just quote, "Implementation of the vision of Old Sacramento is fragmented. Service providers perform their tasks well, but without the overall leadership to fully implement the vision." The results of that decade-long lack of commonality has produced some mixed results. Vacancies and sales. Old Sacramento's retail and office vacancy rate are 2.5 times the regional average. And while some individual retailers do well as a district, sales per square foot are less than half of the region. So with these conditions in mind, we're going to offer a few recommendations, 8 as a matter of fact, on what we might do on the initial efforts to be able to sort of right that ship and move it forward. Number 1 is the idea of partnerships. We would like to engage all of the Old Sac stakeholders in exploring operating partnerships that offer all stakeholders in the district a voting place at a table, everyone under one tent. And while there may be differences between the visions, at least there's a common area that those can be worked out.
Richard, I want to ask you about this one. I know you were trying to get through the presentation, but it's an important point here. As you've looked at this idea of one district, it makes a lot of sense to me. Would it require necessarily enabling legislation, some sort of creation of a formal government entity, or are you talking about something that could be set up as a 501c3 that included public participation?
Well, that's the question.
That's why I asked it.
Okay. I think we were initially looking at the idea of a JPA and ran into a couple of problems, and this is just in very preliminary talks. The public participation was difficult under that model, and the idea of the state and the city throwing in their fee into a JPA at this point may be too aggressive of a goal. But were we to start with a nonprofit, a 501c3, much like at least 3 of the 4 cities had, that would give us an opportunity to get everybody together around one table voting, and then seeing how that process goes, that may then lead to a firmer JPA type structure in the future.
Right, because it's certainly simpler if we don't have to go to the legislature, which is well into the second half, for example, of its legislative year, to think of having to do that next year. It goes into effect a year later. Boy, I'd like to avoid the necessity of that if we could form organizationally a single entity that allows us to get going in a more informal way. That is certainly preferable.
I think that's where we'll start, and we'll see. One of our request from you is to sort of authorize us to go and take a look at that and gather people together and talk.
Good deal.
Okay. Second is, I think, sort of equally large, and that is the idea of evolving our thinking right now. Old Sacramento, the narratives that we employ now were born when Old Sac was created in the late 50s and 60s, and they're largely unchanged today, but our markets, meaning the customers that we serve, their preferences have changed dramatically. So perhaps it's time that we allow our thinking to evolve from the idea of Old Sacramento as a historic district to Old Sacramento as a historic entertainment district. Now, this would retain all of the historic character of the district that exists today while adding in an entertainment overlay. And that overlay could be as in food, music, and fun in a historic setting, or it could be an entertainment overlay as in history can be as exciting as Hamilton. Both of those employ entertainment in a historic district in a perhaps more compelling way. So, for example, the French Quarter, historic district in New Orleans. Really, the question here is, who goes to New Orleans without visiting the French Quarter? Right? We get 1% of our business travelers. I suspect French Quarter gets more than 1% of their. Or the Beale Street district in Memphis, where music and tourism reign in a historic setting. Or the Distillery district in Toronto, that you can see is full of young, creative people, again, in a historic district. Moving on, number 3, under the category of physical projects, what would we actually be doing besides these operational issues? We'd recommend the following enhancements, and these are physical projects. The first would be to open up K Street to be able to get to Old Sacramento in a more compelling way. First and foremost, we need to open the David J. Stern walkway. Second, on K Street, we do still have to pass through the tunnel, and in spite of the improvements that we have been making, tunnels can be very difficult for people to see as entrances. But here are some examples of tunnels that really are attractions in themselves. And even if we created just a portal, that would be the top right-hand side. It's just a portal to be able to attract people to the tunnel. I think that would help immensely in terms of getting people down and into Old Sacramento through this. And then finally, since our riverfront is actually hidden from us unless we get right up to it, the idea of adding some kind of destination near the river, perhaps on the Embarcadero, that people could see and walk to and say, what is that? That would get them to the riverfront, and from there they could explore Old Sacramento. Next up, the idea of entrances on not K Street, but I Street. I think everyone in this room knows where this is. And beyond the obvious safety and aesthetic issues of this entrance, it doesn't tell us anything about where we are or about the significance of the place that we're about to head into. Something that this type of throat should be doing. But if you take just one step back, and I think literally this is one step back from the last photo, you can see that this is actually a very dramatic space. I mean, it's brutalist, it's concrete, but it is dramatic. So imagine what some of the artists in town, were we to release them on this and say, make a compelling entrance into our most historic district, could do with this. This would be a project we'd love to undertake. Okay, next, number 4, facade and lighting programs. Lots of cities have facade programs. Here's an example of what can happen. Frankly, many of the buildings in Old Sac are in great shape. Some of them need some help. It would be great if we could get that help to them. Even more importantly, though, than the facade program might be the lighting program. Lighting is like the single most important when you're talking about clean, safe, and fun, particularly at night in an entertainment district. No doubt we in Sacramento know how to light historic buildings. Obviously, the Memorial Auditorium, fantastic job. If you take and light, if the lights were off, this would seem much more dramatic. If you took individual buildings owned by individual owners and gave them a program that allowed them to light their buildings, then you've got that lighting on a street scale or on a district scale. We are just not there yet, and we could be. And this is one, from my perspective, one of the most important programs that we should be putting in place. Family fun. We have, again, California State Rail Museum, #1 attraction in town. The numbers vary, but say between 500,000 and 600,000 visitors a year. But many of those visitors go to the museum and leave and do not then spread their vitality or interest through the rest of Old Sacramento. But taking a hint from the grocery industry, who puts the milk and the eggs in the back of the store so that you've got to walk through all the aisles to get to it, if we had a first-class family attraction on the southern edge that would attract many of those families, we would suddenly be generating traffic through the entire district. And we have a great opportunity. Waterfront Park, as beautiful as it is here, could be a family attraction. Now, it could be an adventure playground. It could actually be a themed adventure playground. It could also have other sorts of amenities to it. Now, we're not proposing anything specific. The actual design of this would happen through public input, stakeholders' input, designers would come in, but the development of Waterfront Park in any form of a family attraction can only help Old Sacramento. Moving on, we just have a couple of more. The North Public Market, right now we know this is a 345-foot barrier between Old Sacramento and the waterfront. But with remodeling and some creative leasing, we could open this, both literally and figuratively, to a series of shops that could be focused on made in Sacramento, both food and wine and other products, and this could be a great amenity for us. And moving into the modern age, applications. I mean, who knew that Pokemon could bring in thousands of young people who'd probably never been to Old Sacramento before at all hours of the day and night? So this is an example that we can bring our marketing efforts into the, I'll say, 21st century, even moving it beyond simply marketing to bringing the history alive through augmented reality. There are programs in Europe that do this, and you're able to actually see historic photos in the exact spots that you're standing. And then finally, this might be out of character with Old Sacramento, but if we're serious about trying to fill the vacant second and third floor spaces, which are authentically cool and funky and perfect for innovative startups, we have to provide them with the utilities that they need. So recapping the initial phase, I'm not going to go through all of those projects, but we've proposed 8 projects, one of which the Front Street Embarco began yesterday. Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Hanson, for the board-breaking event. The intent of which will improve the access, enhance the district's ambiance, and then rebuild the entire city waterfront. The cost for the program, $10 to $15 million. That's a range. Now, the funding for that $10 to $15 million could come from a number of sources. Could come from sponsorships, private partnerships, grant programs, and from the Destination Sacramento Fund, which you will receive a report back in August. As far as timing, each of these projects or all of these projects can be completed within 2 years of funding. And while this program is underway, this initial program is underway, we can be working on some larger projects, longer term, but more impactful enhancements. We just have 4 of them I'd like to highlight here. The first is the Ferris wheel. This could also double as an observation tower. Thematically, it could be fantastic. We have a history of water wheels, paddle wheels, so it doesn't just have to be a standard one. Interesting, we have a great link here. George Washington Ferris wheels, grew up locally here in the Carson Valley, and his sister Margaret married a man who made his fortune selling Sacramento supplies to miners. The man's name was H.F. Dangberg. Yes, that's Hard Dangberg. So we talk about, yes?
Same guy.
Okay. Different guy, but same family. And so the idea of new narratives, right? So here's a new narrative. These are the kinds of things that we can start injecting into the stories of Old Sacramento to bring some character to it. I will pause if anybody wants to give John a hard time now. or barges. It's ironic that our connections to the river are limited by the very level levees that protect us from flooding. And by the way, I just shout out here to Army Corps, Central Valley, Safeco. Last winter was a real test of our system. They did a fantastic job. Here we are today, no flooding. So years from now, as we go through and we're frustrated with them, we do need to remember that they do a great job and they do protect us. But there are challenges with those levees. And yet, in spite of the fact that we can't actually see the river, we're drawn to it. As humans, we're drawn instinctively to that water. So the question is, how do we get to the people to the water? And we can. There's a couple of ways. One is the idea of barges. We have some. We can expand those greatly. We've already leased that area from state parks, from state lands. And so it's a matter of getting the barges and putting them in. They can be used for restaurants, for events, for music, all kinds of things. The second is a bit larger of an idea, and that is the idea of waterside terraces and steps where allow people to get to the river irrespective of its level. You know, people say, well, you can't do that here because we flood and the Army Corps. Well, this is the Beale Street Landing that Brooksy Hughes worked on before she was here in Sacramento. And it has barges and steps that are accessible at any time. That is the Mississippi River. It also floods, and it has the same Army Corps of Engineer issues to deal with that we do. So it's entirely possible that we were able to do that should funding become available. And interestingly, we have, and this is not city property, so we can't really propose this, but just suggest the idea that we have here in Sacramento the beginnings of a series of terraces and steps that may be able to transform into a unique solution to that. And finally, this has gotten a lot of play lately, I guess, because that's the way media works. The westward expansion, right, that this arch represents, this was sort of the beginning point. Sacramento was the ending point. That westward expansion landed directly right here on the Sacramento waterfront. As a matter of fact, if you stood in the arch and looked directly west, you would be looking directly, no kidding, right at Sacramento. We are within a 1/10 of a degree latitude of this arch here in Sacramento. That's just an aside. So, landed here in the form of the Transcontinental Rail. We were the western outpost of innovation during a time of epochal change, right? It was the Industrial Revolution. It changed the world. Just as today, we are facing an epochal change as information technology reorders the world. There's a link between the past and the current. Yet, this site is known by only a small fraction of people. Steam revolutionized the world, and we have the opportunity to share the awe and the drama of that age with our age. Important to note, our monument does not need to be as tall or as big as the St. Louis Arch. It just needs to be as creative. What is it? There are no pictures. There's nothing like this in the world today, but it could be a number of things. It should be historic and modern. It should be a show that attracts people like Old Faithful every day into Old Sacramento. Between shows, it should be connective so that you can go up to it, pull a lever, and it plays a steam tune, or that you can connect with your iPhone to it. There's no telling what these connections may end up being. It should be built, or could be built, by the very trades that built the railroads. Pipe fitters, steam fitters. We have those people here. Perhaps there's a contribution to be made. And finally, it should be an economic engine that puts Sacramento riverfront on the national stage. So, next steps. This is a discussion item, but we seek your feedback and direction on the concepts that you've seen here tonight to turn Old Sacramento into a premier destination. With your concurrence, we could begin in a tiered way the next steps on the initial set of enhancements. And that work would really begin with public outreach and some initial design. Also, with your concurrence, we could begin to assemble an exploratory committee to study the means and the feasibility of delivering a Sacramento monument. Finally, we could come back in 90 days to report on our progress. And that concludes tonight's presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
I found the presentation inspiring. I mean, it just lays out all that is possible. So I just want to, we have public testimony and Councilmember Hanson, but I just want to, I want to agree with you that the first focus ought to be Old Sacramento, in part because it can be most impactful as well as most economic in the short run. But I don't want to forget that at the same time, that other target of opportunity that you presented early, which includes the Powerhouse Science Center, where we're in the midst of an ongoing real discussion with the board of directors and our city economic development team led by Mr. Dangberg and others to see how we can make that happen. And then you got the Hanami line in Matsui Park and the Tree Foundation, and that we can, I hope, put equally urgent energy into Old Sacramento and that set of particular targets of opportunity. And $10 to $15 million, we arguably, we'll see back in August, but have that and more as part of our first infused investment into the Sacramento Destination Fund from the savings on the convention center. A few details left to work out, I know. But it's exciting. So Steve, do you want to wait or do you want to?
It's up to you, Mayor.
Okay, let's hear the public testimony. And then, hope we hear from all the council members, or leave most of them on what you think. Ferris wheel versus archway. I mean, what do you think? Okay, let's go.
Okay, so Summer Santich will be first, and then Michael Alt, and then Ty O. Smith.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Steinberg. My name is Summer Santich, and I wanted to talk to you guys about the proposed monument in Old Sac. I believe the monument for Old Sac is a great opportunity for the city of Sacramento. If we were to build a monument for Old Sac, I believe it should be something that involves gold and our river, because this is what Sacramento was built upon. An idea that I came up with was the use of hydraulics in our river and to create a water show like the Color of Lights in Disneyland. But instead it would show all of the events in history that has made Sacramento a home for over 400,000 people, from when gold was first discovered in Sacramento and all the way to the building of the Golden One Center. All key events for this amazing city and capital of California. Thank you for your time, and I am so sorry for the loss of Councilwoman Pinnell. May she rest in peace.
Well, you gave great testimony. That's just where do you go to school?
I go to Indercom now. I'm a freshman.
A freshman at Indercom. Please keep coming back and giving us your opinion, because listen, and we need to hear from young people. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening. And we need to hear from middle-aged people, too.
Just gonna say, I knew that was coming. I was like, great, I followed that. Mayor, members of council, city manager Michael Alt, I think it's probably a place to start in the comments that we're very fortunate to have Richard Rich on a project like this. I think when we talk about the momentum with what he did with his involvement with the rail yards, kind of the inspiration that he brings to the waterfront, he's the first person to tell you that cities are judged and really valued by what they do on their waterfronts. To say we have underutilized our waterfront for a long time is probably an understatement. But I think the identity of this region, I think the identity of the economic development of this city can be focused with some commitment and investment in the waterfront. while we're talking about some of the improvements that we're looking to make there, I think there's also an economic development component to this too. The more we make this a destination, the more we make this identity, the more we help businesses, the more we help businesses that may not even be here yet say, I want to be in Sacramento. And so, you know, there's been incredible momentum over the last several years, but I think that if there's one thing we can tell you, it's time for the waterfront. Now is the time to move this project forward, and you've got the business community support behind you. Thank you.
Can I ask Michael a question?
Yeah, Michael, you have a question?
Do the businesses and the property owners in Old Sacramento belong to the downtown?
They do, and we took over last year the management and maintenance in Old Sacramento.
If there were to be a separate district for Old Sac to include all of the properties that he's surrounded, that he outlined, then those people would have to pay a double assessment, or they'd have to get out of your association?
Well, you and I both have a history with P-bids, and so that's been part of the issue is, you know, is it a JPA? Is it a voluntary assessment? And I know when Richard talks about the kind of uniqueness of how you put together the district, there's a lot of existing districts in place. There's a maintenance district, there's a P-bid, merchants association. How do you potentially consolidate those? I don't think there's a huge appetite by owners to have additional layers of assessment on them, but I think what we need to do is clearly define what the monies and resources would go for, and then work with them. The owners in Old Sacramento, I think, consistently have been very generous in wanting to support an enhanced level of service, but we just need to outline exactly what those services would be for and work with the owners in the city to do that.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Michael.
Ty Smith, and then Ruth Gottlieb.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council. I'm Ty Smith. I'm the new director of the California State Railroad Museum. California State Parks operates both the California State Railroad Museum and Old Sacramento State Historic Park. You know, we're proud to be a part of that. We offer not just what's in the Railroad Museum, but also excursion trains that run to the north or to the south rather, and a lot of other interpretive activities within the park. We provide for the health, inspiration, and education of 600,000 visitors who come. Mr. Rich mentioned our TripAdvisor rating, but we're also a big deal on Yelp. I'll mention that. We're excited to be a part of this partnership. There's a lot that we can do for the riverfront and Old Sacramento. We're very pleased to have been part of discussions that have gone on so far, and we hope to be a part of that as we move forward. We just very much look forward to this renewed attention to a very important part of our current city and a very important part of our past. Thank you.
Hey, Ruth. And then Robert Copland and Brooksy Hughes.
Hi, I'm Ruth Gottlieb, and well, hello, Mayor and Council. In 1978, I came up here when I started working for Governor Brown and was from Los Angeles, amazed that you did nothing with this river. And we moved up here in '89, nothing with this river. You have such a wonderful resource. Right now, I am part of the committee that's putting together the 150th anniversary of the Transcontinental Railroad, and we absolutely think this is a great idea. I think Richard is probably the exact right person to have hired to do this. Mayor, this is a great thing for this city to expand and have a different view in the world, and we're on board to help you with any way we can. I also think putting a committee together is a great idea, a public committee. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Ruth.
Hey, Robert. And then Brooksy, and then the last speaker is Marcus. I believe it's Anzalur.
Well, I have a few questions about this riverfront development. How much is it going to cost? How much tax revenue? How many jobs are going to be created? I don't hear none of that in this presentation. And as far as the Sacramento Monument or whatever it's called, bad idea. It should be more interactive with the people than the arch, what it look like, an arch. Who cares about an arch? I want to see something interactive where people can actually do something. I don't hear none of this. Why? Thank you.
Okay, Brooksy. Brooksy's our last speaker as Marcus had to leave.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and City Manager. I am really excited to be working as a district director in Old Sacramento right now and under the direction of the Downtown Sacramento Partnership. There's so many great things that are happening and great opportunities that I saw when I first came to Old Sacramento. It was this diamond in the rough that just needed a little bit of extra love, a little bit of lifting up of some amazing assets that are already there. So I'm excited. I was thrilled to meet Richard Rich. I told him, John Daneberg, he was the best Christmas present I got this year. What a great, great addition to the team, and I think the perfect person to lead the riverfront. Old Sacramento seems like an obvious starting point. You've got so many things that you can work with, the existing history programs, great property owners who are engaged, relationships with the city and state parks. I think we just have nothing but up to go. So really excited about what you're looking to do, and hope to be here to speak in favor of this more in the future.
Thank you so much, Brooksy. Okay, that's the public testimony. Let's hear from members of the council. The only one I have punched up thus far is Councilmember Hanson. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, everybody seems so quiet. I think this is exciting. I'm not quite sure. Maybe we need more caffeine or something. But I have to first say, the story of Old Sacramento and our waterfront is very interesting, but since Jay Schneer mentioned earlier when he was born, I would point out that he was a young man when President Kennedy, also young at the time, but not quite as young as you were, decided to route the freeway around Old Sacramento. And a lot of people don't realize that it was citizens like a lot of you who intervened with the federal government and appealed directly to President Kennedy that stopped construction for 6 or 8 months, I can't remember how long, well, it was worked out and the alignment was changed and is routed to the east further to save that district. Had we made the same mistake as a lot of cities and put our freeway, all of it next to the river, I think we wouldn't have much to talk about today, unless like San Francisco or a few other places, they had the wisdom to remove it. And partially, when Richard was chosen, I do think it was a phenomenal choice by our city leadership. Just like when the mayor chose to prioritize the waterfront, it was a phenomenal choice. But Richard really has added a tremendous amount of sophistication, vision, and hard work. I've seen him out there nonstop kind of trying to figure out what's going on. That was especially on display during the ULI event, which I had the pleasure to attend. The room was packed, and I think the relative calm of our room today was in contrast to the dramatic enthusiasm of planners, urban architects, and other people who saw potential in our waterfront. I do think, Richard, you've been practical in bringing us what we've talked about as the low-hanging fruit. A lot of the stuff that people want to see change maybe midway up the tree or further up the tree as far as things we could actualize immediately. But I think in saying that it's the low-hanging fruit doesn't mean that it's easy, but it's things that we can accomplish that will be really meaningful. And many of the folks in the room have labored day in, day out for years to make Old Sacramento great. And I think whether it's the Fat family or our state park staff or many of the other people in the room who we know, it would not be as good as it is without their ongoing commitment. But we have 2 rivers, we have 2 cities, we have 2 counties, and we have a state. And Richard, this particular place and the claim that we all have to it, as you talk about partnerships, I don't want to retread ground that is well trodden. And the Old Sacramento Business Association had many of the same people at the table as you're describing with the nonprofit. I'm not quite sure what will be the definitive extra factor in a nonprofit, but I do see promise in the model that we have with the state, which is CADA. And so while you work on reporting back to us, CADA, we happen to partner with General Services, and we've been very effective over 30 years at changing the capital area into something really amazing. And a lot of the the things that are happening in the central city can be traced back to the work of CADA. And so I don't, even though the JPA may be harder, I actually think that it holds the most promise in authority and shared governance to really unstick certain things. You showed that parcel of the waterfront, which is still riparian in nature. That's state-owned. I spent some formative years in Spokane in college, and I got to enjoy a beautiful waterfront that had terraces and things like that. And Mr. Harris and I were in St. Louis and looked at some of the things that they had done to connect down to the waterfront that were similar. So I don't want to force, we didn't get to go up the arch, so we couldn't see Sacramento from the arch because it was closed for maintenance at the time. But I do think that finding ways to embrace the waterfront and not turn our backs on it will involve having opportunities to not necessarily have to go to the legislature all the time, but maybe set up that governing structure so the people at the table have the authority to make the decisions. And that's similar to what the council's done with our planning and development code, where we've pushed decisions down to the lowest level necessary in order to get stuff moving. I think that Old Sacramento needs probably less bureaucracy and more freedom to move forward. But I think they're very valuable things. There's nothing you said about projects or that I disagree with. I do think that one of the things that you didn't talk about is the new I Street Bridge and its opportunity for a catalyst to both cities, but particularly to the rail yards and to our waterfront, because it's just adjacent to the Power Science Center's future site and to the Hanami line. Seeing an iconic structure there, I know that Sacktown Magazine and others have talked about it, but I do believe that is one of the monuments, just like the Tower Bridge, that we should create and can create. I believe that our new Public Works Director, congratulations Hector on your announcement today, can help us make sure that we do that. But those bridges, just like when we build the Broadway Bridge in partnership with West Sacramento, it should also be as iconic as possible because they become the defining factor in how you bring the two sides of the river together. Most of the other cities you talked about, there's not the jurisdictional boundaries of cities and counties and other things. And so there's more of an opportunity to have a shared vision. But I believe if you can bring all those partners together and we have one vision, despite all the different partners, I think that's when we'll see a phenomenally successful waterfront. Last couple of things, just this is our origin story, the waterfront here. The native people lived on the banks of the river. When people first arrived in Sacramento, a lot of them arrived via the river, and it's where our roots all trace back to. And so while we aspire for a monument that is interesting and historic and modern and functional but fun, all those things, I don't want to lose sight of the enormous history on these places. And if we define this place solely by the railroad or solely by something else, I think that we have the potential to not capture our true roots. And so how you figure that out, God bless you. I don't know exactly what that is, but you know, you look out here and you see this basket, this sculpture out here. You know, it harkens back to the native people whose village was on this site that we commandeered. How do we weave all those things together into something that is truly representative and inspiring to other people? But I'm really proud that we're in this place, and I want to particularly thank the mayor because his tenacity, his can-do-itness is part of why we're here today, and I appreciate that. So let's get moving. 90 days is ticking.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Thank you. Appreciate it. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question for you, Mayor. Is there a committee? Did I miss, or are we just thinking about that? Or?
Well, I'm open to anything. I mean, certainly when it comes to the longer-term ideas represented in this report, we may want to constitute a public council committee I think for now, though, I certainly want to give Richard and the city staff that 90-day direction to come back with an initial financing plan matched with specific projects, and let's get going, and then we can figure out an organizational structure for how we move forward from there.
Okay. So, you know, the presentation, I think maybe the reason it's a little bit quiet is because it was lengthy, but there's so much in there, so much involved, and so much in what's going on. But, you know, I had the opportunity to represent that area at one point too, and so I'm quite familiar with some of the hurdles and barriers to issues that exist uniquely in that area. Everything that Councilmember Hansen has stated is correct, and then some for that district, which is struggling. And I know people really want to see us do something with that riverfront, and not just any riverfront, that exact piece of riverfront, and we need to do that. It is complicated by flood control. I've had the opportunity in my time here to do a lot of work on flood control and working with levees in the Army Corps, and it is not an easy task. It will not be easily done if it includes touching that levee or that bank. That being said, I think we have a tendency to take issues like this and throw a lot of urban planners and DreamWorks type folks at the issue and come up with those ideas. I've been listening to riverfront ideas for probably 7 years. The best one I've ever heard came out of Summer's mouth tonight. That's brilliant. It actually included everything that every one of you said. It doesn't touch the levee. You could do the work in the water. It embraces water and light and music, which are the things that already draw people to Old Sacramento. Fireworks shows, the holiday show, the jazz festival are the 3 biggest draws to that region. The way that works, the way that the World of Color works in Disneyland, and some of you know very well and others probably don't, is that they project a show on a water background, and she's suggesting that you show our history on that water background in lights, and I think it's very achievable. And we could probably partner even with West Sac, because you would be able to see that from both directions, obviously. It is exactly the type of idea that comes only from that next generation, which is what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to take what came before us and wet it up with what's coming after us. And so my first recommendation to you, Mayor, is that if you do constitute a committee, that Summer is on it, and I am not kidding. She's very good, and she pays attention to these things, and she brings a youthful perspective, but she takes it seriously. She was part of the Crown Downtown movement, and she is no doubt here because she and her family made a commitment to the city of Sacramento that they wouldn't stop engaging and they wouldn't stop caring just because the arena was built, but they would stay engaged in whatever the next civic amenities would be. And they are holding true to their word and trying hard to think of good ideas. Summer, I think it's a really good idea. I don't just think that that's a back of the envelope thing that should be passed off. I hope that we add that to our serious list of contenders. And I think it would be a lot better than something stagnant or something dangerous. So this is a real concept that I think we could get behind. It also weds well with the other objectives along that waterfront, which are Powerhouse Science Center, which are very much focused on young people, and your Hanami line, and your outdoor space, and your bikes, and your park, and a previous mayor who's reaching out to us about more youth amenities with water along that riverfront. And I think you're starting to see a theme emerge. And I think it should be focused on destination and trip driven, which is exactly the type of thing that she is recommending. So I want to stand with her and say that I think that's a fantastic idea. And in the 90 days as we're doing our research, I hope that you will include that as something that we look at and figure out how we might achieve. And I am more than happy to help with that component.
It's excellent. Summer, you're appointed. Not sure what yet, but you will be appointed. Promise you. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to thank Richard Rich. I worked with him quite often on the rail yards entitlements, and it's because of the confluence of these 2 projects that he's so valuable. I also have to say, Richard, in all the time I've known you, I've never seen you so brushed and polished before. You really clean up well. So, looking to the future, the energy of the rail yards is going to directly affect, the development of the Sacramento riverfront. We're talking about 6,000 to 10,000 new homes in the rail yards, an urban hospital, and possibly MLS, and that's going to change the nature of the neighborhood quite significantly. We also have the River District, the Twin Rivers Project, Township 9, as it comes into fruition in the future, will also lend a lot of energy that makes it ever so much more important that our riverfront is usable by all of this population that is to come. In the not very distant future, I think we'll start seeing big changes within 5 years. So, when you think about how long the riverfront has stayed relatively the same, 5 years is a very short period of time for very dramatic changes to the area. And it's all the more challenging because of Interstate 5. It's not a blank palette. You imagine what we could do if we had a blank palette, but we don't. So that means that our alternative is enhanced creativity. You have to look at what the pieces are there and what are usable and what we can build upon. And I think that it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the next 90 days, and I'll probably send you a few ideas myself. Another thing I wanted to mention is that it's a confluence of rivers right there. So we have the natural area of the American River Parkway, which is really splendid. And that whole area that rims the rail yard and the river district is really an extraordinary area. So when you take the possibilities for recreation in the natural area, and then you think about developing the riverfront to make entertainment possibilities and engagement possibilities for people, it's really a pretty creative palette, even though it's encumbered by a freeway. So I look forward to the process. I wish you all the best, and we'll be talking more about it. Thank you, Richard.
Very good. Thank you very much, Jeff. Councilman Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rich, got a couple questions for you on the presentation.
Thank you.
First, there's nothing not to like about it. It is really a thoughtful approach to how we develop. The first thing you said, though, was that all of these successful cities had developed a special district. Is that included, is work on that included in your tiered approach?
It would be. Actually, it was the first recommendation of the idea of engaging the stakeholders in the types of conversations that we would need to be able to forge sort of a common governance structure. And that would include, importantly, state parks, the city, and then all of the landowners and merchants in that. Many of them are here in the audience today, and we've had initial discussions on this. It's sort of easy to agree that, yes, we should all have voting rights around a board of directors table. As we get into the details of that, we may have to work out a number of issues, but I think everybody at this level is on board with the idea and willing to go and explore and find out what we can accomplish out of this. And to Mr. Hansen's point, the idea of a JPA is probably the next step after.
After that?
Yeah.
So you're going to begin work on this tiered process to include the possible development activities that you indicated. And what's going to be the role of this JPA vis-a-vis the City Economic Development Department?
I think that's two questions. The role of the City Economic Development Department I see as being pivotal in terms of being able to coordinate the city's position going in and speaking and negotiating with state parks and with the private landowners. The role of, and we'll just say for now, a 501c3 that may have governance over Old Sac operationally and developmentally. It may be a board of directors that has representatives from the city, representatives from the state, and representatives from the private side that collectively make decisions in terms of how to move forward. I don't want to forget Downtown Sacramento Partnership in all of this. They're doing a fantastic job in managing Old Sacramento right now and deserve a seat at that table as well. When I say deserve, I'm not trying to make decisions ahead of but to have them there. There are a number of city departments that will need to be coordinated with this as well, right? Public Works is involved, utilities, Convention Cultural Services has primary responsibility now, economic development. So it will be a large group that needs to find a way to manage its process to get to an answer.
And it would be that large group that actually made the decisions on this iconic art and the rest?
I would propose that group have the decision-making ability for activities in Old Sac and the responsibility for finding the funding for those. So, for instance, the city may have representatives on that, and the city's representatives would represent the city's interests on those.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Chenier.
Thanks, Mayor. Rich, I just want to say I think it's an exciting presentation. Look forward to seeing you in 90 days, and let me know how I can help.
Councilman Magetta, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think, as many folks said, there's been a lot of talk about this, so let's figure out how we can get moving on some projects. Great presentation, Perna did fantastic work on this as well. A couple things here. I agree with the concepts of entryways and that being an issue of concerning an appeal, particularly the tunnels. But I do want to make sure that, at least on the tunnel part, that we be considerate of the Royal Chicano Air Force mural that's down there. That's a huge history and not only just a piece of artwork, but a reflection of some of the political struggles that the Sacramento community has pushed forward on. And then lastly, I think there's a trade-off that obviously we're giving property owners more control and decision authority because they're the ones more invested. Then they have the obligation of figuring out also revenue projects. But I would caution over any kind of gimmicky attraction type of things that Sacramento try to be some other city. We've seen that before around here, and I won't name projects, but I want to make sure that whatever we do, we're authentic and we're not trying to, be fake. Let's be Sacramento.
That is a good reminder. Last comment. Thank you very much, Richard. You are absolutely the right person for this assignment and working with all of us in the community, ULI, and all the interested stakeholders. We can't help but succeed. On the governance issue, I have no firm idea or sense of exactly what the governance should be, but I do know this, that we need to work much more closely with the state of California and the Department of Parks. And I know a lot of them are here. Steve Zaley, who's overseeing the administration's changes to parks and is a very invested in Sacramento and many others. There's too much overlapping land. There's too much overlapping right-of-way. And we're in each other's way in an unintentional way. So we have to work together to figure out, because it's also a state park. And that's essential. So whatever we do governance-wise, we need to be working hand in glove with the state of California. So on the big picture, there's some great ideas here, and I love the fact, Richard, that you've presented something that, again, includes some shorter term, exciting ways to get started, 2 years, $10 to $15 million, and some longer term visions. And I'm the first one to say that for myself, as the mayor here, that I am not the creative expert. I hear all of it, and all of it excites me. Barges, archways, Ferris wheels, public markets, science centers, hotels, water parks, iconic bridges. I think our community, if it's authentic, as Eric says, will embrace it all. And I'm not sure that it's our job. It is maybe ultimately to pick and choose what projects we want to fund, but that isn't where we should focus in my view. My opinion, our job is the following. We must create more financial capacity to do more than one thing at a time. I say it over and over and over again. And this destination fund is just a tiny beginning. But over the months and years ahead, we want to be a destination city. We have got to, given the constraints under California law and all the other issues that we face, we have to figure out a way to incentivize more private funding by offering more public funding, all towards enlarging our tax base, all towards creating more tourism, all towards creating more fun for Sacramento families and kids. And so I want us to keep our focus on that, because that's always what stops us. It's always why we have to pick one thing at a time and do it and then wait for the next good economic time. And none of this is easy, but I want to tell you, we're going to have more discussion over the months ahead about how we create more financial capacity to do more in the economic development arena, and to do more in the Destination Sacramento arena, and to do more rather than less of the riverfront vision that you have laid out here tonight. So the direction is, without objection, because this is not an action item, to please come back within 90 days with maybe some more refined options for governance, especially as it relates to the state of California over the near term. Secondly, a specific financial plan on how we would accomplish some or all of these projects within the $10 to $15 million range that you described here tonight. And then to take Councilmember Ashby and Hanson's comments and questions to talk in 90 days how we want to then go forward together to accomplish even more. Okay? 90 days. Now it's 89 days, 23 hours. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. That was great. Let's go to the last item tonight.
Okay. This is the workshop on emergency homeless sheltering options.
Sort of a different topic, but all about the quality of life in Sacramento. Emily Halkin. Hold on, why don't we wait just a second, Emily, if you don't mind, while the room clears. Okay.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, members of the council. I'm Emily Halkin, your Homeless Services Coordinator. As you'll recall, at the April 25th City Council meeting, the mayor asked specifically for staff to return with a full discussion on sheltering, both to help provide a better understanding of how we currently provide emergency shelter to folks experiencing homelessness, and to explore some new options for sheltering folks in our community. So my goals for tonight's workshop discussion, which there is no action tonight specifically, but hoping to get through some of these issues tonight, is three things. First, to come to a common understanding of what our current shelter system looks like and how it operates and is funded, and really to start identifying some of the gaps that we have in our system. Secondly, hopefully to begin to agree on some common principles related to what the city's role in providing emergency shelter should be, and how the city may want to explore considering proposals to expand or enhance our current shelter system. As most of you know, up until recently, in this community specifically, and this is common, shelters really haven't been an activity that the city was heavily involved in. However, in the past 5 to 6 years, federal funding really has shifted away from sheltering towards housing options, and in response, many local communities, including Sacramento, have stepped up to fill the gap. And then third, like to discuss some common expectations in terms of prioritization and funding for shelters, and especially in the context of some of the larger initiatives that we're undertaking, most notably whole person care. And I think it's important that while we all strive for the day when we don't have anybody living outside on our streets, as we think about funding from the city, capacity, and other initiatives that we're all invested in, we need to really seek a balance between short-term crisis interventions like shelter, but also long-term housing services like what's proposed through whole person care. And in some ways, we might find that fewer coordinated, efficient shelters might actually be more beneficial to many shelters that might be scattered or uncoordinated. So I want to talk a little bit about what our shelter system looks like today. The best count of shelter spaces that we have is put together annually by Sacramento Steps Forward. They call it the Housing Inventory Count, or HIC. This is prepared every January and essentially just counts the number of units and beds in shelter, but also transitional housing and permanent housing programs. And these are units and beds that are specifically and exclusively targeted to people experiencing homelessness. We know there may be other places where folks experiencing homelessness stay temporarily or permanently, but these are the units that we know are exclusively set aside and funded for this purpose. It's important to note that the HIC does not count spaces such as the warming centers we opened this winter, but it does count seasonal beds like Winter Sanctuary. And there's a lot more detail on what's included in the HIC in attachment 2 of your report, which is on page 4, if you want to read, sort of do the backwards math. In general, we count spaces for single adults or unaccompanied youth as a bed because you shelter a person individually, and we count spaces that shelter families as units, and that is because beds that are occupied in a family shelter will change depending on the family who comes in. So it's also a little bit of an apple and orange comparison. It's a different unit of measure. So as you can see in the summary above, year-round, we have about 533 beds for single folks, including 12 that are reserved for youth, and 106 units for families. And over this winter in particular, via a variety of programs from the county, from the city, and from other partners, we added approximately 377 additional beds or spaces. And again, these were primarily for singles in the seasonal side. So if you assume that the average family size is 3 in a family shelter, which it probably is, on the coldest winter night this past winter, we had space for over 1,200 people experiencing homelessness. And while we don't yet have the point-in-time count for 2017, we should have that in the next week or so, the 2015 count estimated that just under 1,000 unsheltered people on any given night. So this might lead you to believe that we currently have more capacity than is needed, but any of us can go outside on any given night, and we know that just is not true. And so it's really important to understand the operations of our current shelter system to help reconcile this discrepancy. So Sacramento Steps Forward also maintains on our behalf a homeless management information system, a database, where all homeless serving programs, including our shelters, enter data on guests and services they provide on a regular basis. And with few exceptions in our community, most of our shelters do participate, so we have a pretty robust amount of data available. Sacramento Steps Forward is working on some more localized analysis that can help dig into some of the questions we might have, but for right now, what we have available is some aggregate data they prepare on an annual basis for the federal government. And there's more in your staff report. What I wanted to pull out to help fill this discrepancy between what looks like a number of units and an equal number of homeless folks is that one of the most notable pieces of data is where people slept the night before they entered an emergency shelter, as shown in these 2 pie charts. And this is over the course of 2015 and 2016. 38% of single adults and only 30% of families identified that they were unsheltered the night before they entered an emergency shelter. Most were coming either from another shelter, so shelter to shelter to shelter, from staying with family and friends, which we might call couch surfing, or from another location like a transitional program or a motel or institution like prison or the hospital. And this helps explain why, even with the number of shelter beds that we have, we still have so many people on our street. Most people who come into our shelters today don't come directly from the streets. And so as we think about diversion and prevention, some of the concepts we've talked about with whole person care and other initiatives, these are the folks who entering our shelter day from a non-unsheltered location, who if we could intervene earlier, they might not ever need to touch an emergency shelter, and thus freeing up space for the people that you and I see unsheltered on the streets every day. And as we work with SSF on refining the data analysis, we will make sure to just try to answer some of these questions and provide this local context rather than just relying on what we have available in these larger aggregate reports. So another interesting point to understand is how shelters are funded today. I said at the front end that historically shelters were funded through federal government, through the Department of Housing and Urban Development. But HUD has refocused pretty dramatically and appropriately on permanent housing in recent years. And it's really created a situation where local governments have had to begin to fill in the gaps to keep shelters open and operational. In Sacramento, and so it becomes a partnership between private funding, oftentimes city and county general funds, and then some federal funds that are still available. In Sacramento, as you can see, both the city and the county have significant investments in shelter. The county's general funds primarily fund our family shelter system, whereas our general funds primarily fund our single adult shelters. There are still some federal dollars supporting our shelters, and I apologize for the acronym, so I'll tell you what they are now. Primarily through the Emergency Solutions Grant, or ESG, that both the city and the county receive and is administered by SHRA, and the Community Development Block Grant, which is also administered by SHRA on our behalf. Important to note here is the $1.6 million the county puts in through CalWorks, or Temporary Aid for Needy Families, what's commonly referred to as welfare. The county has envisioned that in the coming fiscal year, they will be swapping out a good amount of that dollars for general fund, primarily because CalWorks comes with a lot of restrictions that make it very, very difficult to use to administer shelter programming. So we have seen that we do have significant investments in shelters and a pretty healthy count of what might be called a raw count of beds. But we know that we have a significant and growing population of unsheltered folks here in Sacramento. And we need to recognize that there are really two parts to the shelter equation. First, there's a total number of beds and units available. We certainly don't have sufficient beds and units available to shelter everybody who wants shelter. But also the important part is the operational approach of our shelters. Even if we could divert everyone who wasn't homeless at entry, who is currently accessing our shelters, and thus opening up just more quantities of beds to people who are currently on the streets, we would still have a gap in our shelter system, and characterized broadly by these four things. First, we have pretty much essentially no capacity to serve people with what's called the 3 Ps, pets, possessions, and partners. And when I say partners, I mean opposite sex partners. We have one shelter, and that's a youth shelter, where folks can come in with their pets, and we have none where partners of opposite sex can shelter together. As you'll remember, as part of the winter refuge that we opened over the course of last winter, we broke down these barriers. We allowed people to come in with their partners. We allowed them to bring in their carts. We allowed them to come in with their pets, multiple pets at times. And what we saw was that we did see people come into those centers who did not touch our traditional shelter system. We ran the data of who came into winter refuge against who had come into traditional shelters, and we found a very large percentage of folks never had touched our traditional shelters. And at the same time, we did not see significant issues with this. We didn't have any dog bites or cat scratches or fights. So I think it led us to think about ways that we could reduce these types of barriers in a more traditional setting. Second, youth-specific shelter beds. Wind Youth Services currently operates 2 shelters, each with 6 beds for a total of 12 beds. One serves youth who are under age 18, so minors, and one who serves youth ages 18 to 24. And while technically youth ages 18 to 24 are adults and they could access any adult shelter if they wanted to, many will not and instead choose to remain outside. The things that they report is they don't feel safe, they don't feel welcomed. It's not a place where they would choose to go in, and so we have a situation where youth remain outside because of lack of capacity specifically targeted to them. And while WIND and some of our other youth providers have done a great job of increasing access to permanent housing and transitional housing for youth, we still lack some capacity on the crisis emergency shelter beds. Third is lack of what's called a bed reservation system. Currently in our community, each shelter maintains its own wait list and has separate admissions policies. And so while some of them do have informal relationships with our outreach navigators, access to beds can be confusing. It can be very, very complicated. A better managed and consistent front door, like we have created for the permanent housing, would both help to ensure that, first, the most vulnerable folks unsheltered on our streets would be prioritized for access to shelter over, for example, somebody who's coming in from a couch surfing situation. And it would also really reduce the challenge for people experiencing homelessness to have to navigate this complex system. I do want to note and recognize that the county is intending to implement bed reservation in the family shelters through their upcoming fiscal year contracts, which is a really, really great step, and maybe there'll be some lessons learned to apply to the single shelters from their experience. And then finally, something we really faced hard this winter was we don't have readily available flexible space for weather emergencies. This year, we made do with 3 city spaces and 2 spaces the county was able to identify. But if we had had availability of transportation and other services, there's possibility we could have opened up different spaces or more spaces. Being able to quickly open up weather shelters without disrupting other businesses or disrupting other community activities would make it much easier for us to respond in an emergency and serve folks who are in need. So what are our options to fill these gaps? This is certainly not an exhaustive list, but these are the 3 big ideas that we've been talking about in various forms. I recommend that we look both at ways to expand and enhance our existing shelter system, but also look for opportunities to create some net new shelter beds. So the first, which I've called expanding capacity at existing shelters. While it can be difficult to actually add net new beds in existing shelters, there's program supports and program changes that we could help to instill that would increase the efficiency and flow in and out of a shelter and ultimately improve the ability to access housing. So while you might not get a new bed, if you can turn that same bed over more times, you're serving more people over the course of a year. Through the Whole Person Care Program, we are intending to add this capacity in the 2 city shelters that we fund. And we intend that with additional partnerships and expanded outreach personnel, we'll be able to affect the broader shelter system. We'll be able to have more people on the ground helping to identify the most needy folks, getting them into shelter, and supporting them while they're in shelter. Additionally, all of our shelters in our community can work to reduce barriers to entry. Some of them are physical and may be more difficult. Some shelters don't have room to put a kennel, for example, but many of them are programmatic. Last year, as you recall, the city took steps to begin to help Volunteers of America and Salvation Army reduce some of their barriers by helping them to stay open 24/7. And we're pursuing partnerships through Whole Person Care to creatively leverage additional resources and allow these shelters to be even better and improve housing outcomes and do the work that they actually really want to do. They don't just want to be a roof over somebody's head. In terms of adding entire new shelter options, there's 2 approaches that the city has been talking about and I think we should consider. First, back in April, the mayor put in a request to explore the ability to update our current zoning code to make it easier for nonprofits and faith organizations to provide temporary residential shelters by right under certain conditions. Currently, this section of our zoning code only applies to heavy commercial and industrial zones. So we could proceed forward and just make some small tweaks and changes to make it easier in those zones, or the council could choose to expand this exception and look to add this capacity and flexibility in other zones. It would require planning, design, review, and approval, but with your input today, we could start that process. While it is unknown how many faith organizations or nonprofits would choose to participate in such a program, having this option could allow us easier access to some flexible space during weather emergencies, and also really allows the faith community to sort of come at this at the solutions from where they're at. It allows them to complement a more formal shelter system in a way that's unique to their specific congregation, to their community. And then lastly, the city could, and we've been talking quite a bit about exploring siting and funding one or more triage shelters. We've talked about this many times. Some of you have visited the Navigation Center in San Francisco. This type of shelter is characterized by 24/7 operation, intensive services, low barrier access via coordinated outreach. The physical makeup of the triage shelter is less important. What's really important is the program operations, access, and the fidelity to a housing first approach. Previous work by the Homeless Subcommittee early last year, as well as some information from the San Francisco model, suggests that this type of operation is likely to cost $75 to $100 per bed per night just for the operations. And I know we've all sort of struggled with the idea of siting something like this, no matter what the physical structure looks like. But I also want to remind you that with siting as sort of step one, operational is an ongoing commitment from the city, county, or other partners. Regardless of what new or expanded options that we look at, these are sort of 5 concepts I believe that all of them should adhere to. First, as a shelter system, given the number of folks that we have living outside every night, we need to strive to prioritize the most vulnerable on our streets. We are not likely looking at a time in the near future where we have enough beds for every single person, so we have to make some hard choices and prioritize those most vulnerable, perhaps over folks who are coming from a more a house situation or a place that isn't quite as precarious. Second, even if the program isn't publicly funded or is administered by a faith organization, I would hope that all of our sheltering options, as all of the other partnerships that we've made here at the city, would embrace a housing first approach. Shelters can and should be the first place where we start thinking about housing. The moment somebody comes into shelter, we should be asking them, great, how are we going to get you permanent housing, and what's that path look like for you? Third, we do have a coordinated entry system for housing, and everybody who steps foot into a shelter, whether it's publicly funded or not, should be linked into that system and provided the opportunity to hook up with one of our navigators in Sacramento Steps Forward. Fourth, something we're working with to do better in all of our efforts is to be outcomes-oriented and data-driven. It's very difficult. I mean, I don't know if some of you guys have been to shelters. There's a lot going on. It's bustling. There's people coming and going. It's hard to take time and collect data, but we don't know what we don't know. And so I think there's investments to be made to ensure that we can know more and use that data to do better. And then finally, any option should complement the existing systems, both those administered by Sacramento Steps Forward, those that our county is looking to pursue, and most importantly for us right now, whole person care. There's an opportunities for us to leverage a lot of the work we're going to be doing there to enhance and bolster up our shelter system. So in conclusion, what staff is looking for you from tonight is direction on 3 central questions. First, in regards to changes to the temporary shelter zoning regulations, would the council like to proceed first with the changes to the industrial zones, as the exception currently applies, and then follow up with outreach and engagement on possible changes to other zones? Or would you like us to take all of those changes at once and bring back a full set of changes and implications? Secondly, in regards to the city's role in funding and operating shelters, currently the city partners with nonprofits on the ground delivering services, and generally we've really aligned our funding to fit existing models that other providers have created and done a great job with. However, during the Winter Refuge Center operations, the city really took a more proactive role in operations, both helping to align access to the Winter Refuge Centers. We oversaw data collection and reporting, and we really had a more hands-on approach in regards to rules and responsibilities. Some of that was because we used city-owned facilities, but it really helped us understand better what was going on a day-to-day basis. And should we look for more active partnerships with the churches and nonprofits via the temporary shelter zoning exception, the city could potentially find itself, again, more actively working in shelter operations because faith organizations may not have the experience as, for example, Volunteers of America and Salvation Army. So administratively, this could be time-consuming, but also may make a lot more sense given some of the more direct roles the city is taking on right now related to whole person care and some of our other initiatives. But again, I would caution finding a balance between investments and resources in shelters and continuing our investments in housing solutions, as shelter without an end of housing won't really make the impact that any of us are looking for. And then finally, if the city does wish to pursue one or more triage shelters, staff would recommend starting with one, with the goal that a site could be identified and funded hopefully ahead of our winter weather coming up. Staff would recommend pursuing a location or locations that could be opened quickly and could have the option to grow, both in terms of adding additional services as resources become available, as partnerships emerge, but also grow in terms of beds when we have a weather emergency. Perhaps we can find a place where we can have ongoing 24 triage, and then when we have a cold spell or a hot spell, expand to add 10 or 20 new beds to meet the demands of the weather. So in this way, a triage shelter could become part of a solution for multiple challenges: lowering barriers and access to our existing shelter, triaging people with services and wraparound support to get them into housing, and then also providing some weather respite. That concludes my comments. I'm really hoping to hear from all of you
Yes.
on any of all these or anything else.
No, thank you. Outstanding as always. And I know we have public testimony, but I think I want to make my comments now, or at least put out some questions. I think the answer to your question around direction needed, from my perspective, is whatever is going to maximize our chance to get 3,200 people off the streets over the next 3 years through whole person care. That's my answer. And so I think in order for you to be able to answer that challenge in more detail, we're going to have to assess both our resources and understand a little bit more about these three particular categories. On the resource side, I know off the top of my head that as a city, we still have about $3.1 million left from the city's general fund decision to spend $5 million on homelessness, having put 1.9, I believe, into whole person care. So there's that. We have our partnership still to be defined with the county, because the county is talking about triage as well, and that includes resources. And, you know, every time we talk about this issue, it reconfirms the importance that we all find a way, the city and county especially, to work together and to consolidate our resources and efforts. We may also have some significant additional private sector investment in partners. And so what I would like to see in terms of report back here is how you assess those potential resources collectively, and then how many beds will that equate to under one, two, or all three of the strategies. Then with respect to the three circles, I was a little surprised, as we talked about a couple of days ago, not completely understanding that the prohibition on churches or other religious institutions being able to locate without a conditional use permit, be able to house people with a conditional use permit, that the city code only relates to industrial zones. And so, important to hear from my other colleagues, and you may have different opinions, but if we're talking about giving our churches, our mosques, our synagogues, our nonprofit institutions the authority to house, even on an emergency basis, 24 or fewer people, and I think with city support, I would like us to explore that beyond just the industrial zones, because, sorry, this is, that's okay, because, I mean, I don't know, it's a little reminiscent of the marijuana debate a little bit, if all we're doing is restricting this to particular parts of the city. And so I know that may take a little bit more time, but if we're going to talk about this and work with Joan and Loaves and Fishes and others about whether or not this really is a viable strategy to help a couple hundred people, then let's do it, and let's do it right. So that's one. Number two, the city's role in funding or operating shelters, again, that's a matter of our financial resources combined with what is the combination of best strategies, either helping support the religious the faith communities, or successfully opening our own triage centers in partnership with others. On the triage piece, which I think is really the answer, because I think emergency shelter going forward should always, always, always include triage. Should never be separate. Should never be separate. We need to maybe even change the vernacular in the definition. It must include triage, because it must help lead the person we are providing shelter to the next step. We're talking about we have a lot of possibilities, and we started this during the winter season with the warming centers. Whether it was Jay's and my synagogue, whether it was the school district site off Florin Road, whether it's the continuing conversations with the River District, who rightfully who are desperately want to see an improvement and not being more of a magnet, but if we can demonstrate that whole person care combined with triage might actually improve the condition in the River District, maybe we can work to look at some of the facilities there, as Jeff Harris has bravely advocated for a long time. There are other sites as well, and then Councilmember Warren continues to work, and I know he's working with some colleagues like Councilmember Harris on trying an outdoor site. And if we can come back with that funding, the number of beds that we can create through all three of these strategies, I again am open to including Councilmember Warren's pilot as part of that. So how quickly can we do that? Especially given your correct concern, Emily, as we're all concerned that we're in the middle of summer. Soon it will be fall, and then we'll get back into the winter time again. And the cooling centers, I think, are a little bit easier than the warming centers. And so we want to be prepared with this sort of comprehensive strategy that you have laid out, if at all possible, well before the winter, and again, connected to whole person care.
Right.
Those are my brief comments.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, thank you.
But it's not necessary, thank you, but it's just, I want to put this into context. We need triage if we're going to make whole person care work. We need more capacity. You've laid out 3 different ways of going about it. I think we ought to try we ought to work all 3, but we need to match it with the resources we have and the resources that we may be able to get to do this right.
Okay. So, I mean, to your question about when, I think that was a question. I think that to really, and cognizant of winter approaching, I think it would be appropriate to aim for middle-ish of September, so a couple of months back, so that we can really provide the information and the options.
Okay. Let's hear the testimony and we'll go to the members.
Okay. So we have, I think it's 12 people that have signed up to speak. We'll start with Eric Frame, Richard Wake, and David Andre.
Hello again. Mr. Hanson, you asked why it's so quiet in the room. I have a theory. I think it's because, once again, the City Council is prioritizing prettying up buildings over helping human beings. Just a theory. I got plenty of points to make, so bear with me. The homeless issue will not go away by... all right, so put 10 to 15 million into the riverfront, right? That's not going to help the homeless. You wanted a destination city? We still got 13,000 homeless roaming around Sacramento County. And it doesn't matter how pretty you make the riverfront. It's still going to be there. And it's embarrassment. It's an embarrassment because it's a third world city right now for we the people. Okay, what else do we got? I would love to hear more about Warren's temporary tent option. That's been kicked down the road for quite some time. We have too many vacant lots, so that's a quote from Mr. Steinberg. So I know there's places to put this temporary shelter because we have too many vacant lots. I have a fourth option to add to the bubble, which is a tiny house village. I've brought it up before, I think. It'll create jobs. Heck, hire the homeless. They love to build their own home. Gets people off the street, obviously. Good PR for the city. Once again, destination city that you want. This is good PR for the city. Seattle, St. Louis, and Detroit can do it. So can we. I'm not talking about $80,000 or $100,000 tiny homes that I think was thrown out there. I'm talking about these $10,000 homes that I see being built in Seattle, Detroit, and St. Louis. Okay. Oh, that would also help with less urine on the street since the city has closed many public bathrooms. You mentioned $3 million. A couple weeks ago, you said it was $20 million surplus with $8 million that you have no idea what to do with.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, is that it already?
Time is up.
I'm wondering
Yes.
why not? Why not do the tiny house village?
Well, it's one of the options we're going to consider. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay.
Richard?
Bye-bye.
Richard Wake.
Thanks for having me come up again. So one of the things that I would like to mention is that there's been no mention of ending the camping ordinance here in Sacramento. That needs to end. The city is wasting a lot of resources with the police department still hassling people and making camping illegal. And, you can, another point is the whole plan about the riverfront sounds great, but, this is also have to be looked in terms of public health. If there's a lot of homeless people running around on the street, urinating and defecating, and there's no public restrooms or no places for people to get water, that issue hasn't even been discussed at all. That needs to be put into the equation also as to what we're going to do in regards to the public health crisis. All you have to do is to take a look at Supervisor Cerna's pictures that are on his Facebook and on his website of all the trash and garbage in the American River Parkway and know that that cannot continue, as it is also happening all over in the city of Sacramento. And as far as, having partners from the private sector, and having a triage center, we've heard over the last several weeks and months that, the private sector is investing in the homeless care. Well, the Sacramento Kings received a $355 million plus subsidy for the new Golden One Center to make this city a destination city for the basketball team. We have a place for a triage center. Something similar is done in Bing, Toledo, Ohio. I know this because two of my cousins have severe mental health issues, and there is a new homeless shelter opening in Toledo, Ohio that does comprehensive triage. But the Sleep Train Arena is available. The Sacramento Kings should be doing something to help the homeless people. There's kitchen facilities, there's showers, there's office space. The Sleep Train Arena would serve perfectly as a triage center. It's time for the basketball team that made millions of dollars here in Sacramento and got their $355 million subsidy to step up to the plate and help the homeless people.
David? Following David is Thomas Dupree, Pastor Gainsborough, and Mary Nelson.
So far, these plans haven't been really working on the street. I know I live on the street. I'm one of the people that sleeps in a car. There's a lady here today. Her name's Miss Brenda. She's an elderly lady of color, and I'd like to formally ask for some help for her tonight. She originally was sleeping up on the state property, which is our county courthouse. She instigated a cleanup program. She distributed garbage bags. She used to counsel young women who found themselves up there at the night. She's somebody that we can refer people to. She's just a regular person. Tonight, she's 72 years old. She's sleeping on the street with her little dog. And I'd please, if somebody could be, she's outside. And
if you could, we'll make sure that we get somebody, one of our staff, to get out there and try to help her, okay?
Okay, can you tell me who it is? Because she's outside right now, so I want to make sure. Oh, there she is. This is Miss Brenda.
Hi, Miss Brenda. We want to try to help you. Can we, Howard, get somebody to Arturo? Thank you so much, Arturo.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Okay, Thomas?
You're welcome. You're welcome to testify, sir. If you want, if you don't need to, it's okay.
So it's still the same problem, you know, it's finances and being able to pay your rent. And the gentleman over here said he could help me get a TV, but, you know, ultimately I'm still sitting in an apartment without, I have a bed and a shower, but that's it. And I'm having to pay like $600 a month for this place.
We are more than willing and happy to help you in any way, especially if you're at risk of being out on the street again. But I think maybe rather than testifying here again, we can have a conversation between you and one of our lead staff members to see what else we might be able to do to help you, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Okay, Pastor Gainsborough?
The river that made Sacramento. January 14th, 1848, the year before the 49. January 14th, James Marshall, a couple miles from where I live, discovered the gold. The next year, 1 million people came to California. The river out there made California. And it's a great idea to utilize that to make Sacramento a world-class city. Emily's presentation was brilliant and was on target and had compassion in it. When she mentioned that there were only 12 beds for youth, doesn't that grab your heart that you don't want to sleep tonight without some emergency commitment? The percentage of what the youth are equals not 12, but 300, even off of the point in time of 2,500. And the 1,100 that were unsheltered is way, way low before the 13,000 that register as homeless with the organizations that feed the poor and those that need help like Tom. 12 beds for youth. If we did nothing else tonight but just approve $5,000 for public restroom across from the capital of the world's 6th largest economy, California. You're the capital, and the urination and the defecation is a disgrace to your intelligence. Yes, my time is not up yet. I've got 9 seconds. But a decision for public restrooms, $300 a month for an ADA compliant restroom in Natomas, Fort Natomas. Let's put it out there and let's get it outside Loaves and Fishes, and let's approve something immediate for the youth if we're not going to do it for the thousand or thousands that are out there tonight. Let's make an emergency decision and declaration tonight and show the compassion and intelligence that you all have been gifted by God to use. God bless.
Thank you, Pastor.
Mary Nelson? Mary. Following Mary is Joan Burke and then Casey Niddle. Mary Nelson. Are you Mary Nelson? Thank you.
I'd like to thank you, every one of you, for hearing me. I've never been to a thing like this, but my heart is bleeding for this. My name is Mary Nelson, and I'm homeless. I'm in a shelter, and I thank God for that. But as I've watched over the past 6 weeks, the face of homelessness gets worse and worse every second. There are people that are mentally ill in that shelter, and in all different stages. And there are people out there on the streets. Some of them urinate and defecate right on the street. This needs to be addressed. It's an epidemic. Homeless is an epidemic. You know, I was thinking about Arco Arena, and I thought, why can't that be a homeless thing? A homeless city. Is that possible? Why?
Please finish your testimony. We're happy to
You know,
address them.
If that was possible, that would be helping hundreds of people.
I'd be happy to address that
Okay.
after the testimony, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Joan.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Joan Burke from Loaves and Fishes. Tonight, I'm also speaking on behalf of the Sacramento Housing Alliance. You know, it's so clear we need both a short game and a long game. The long game is housing, but tonight we're talking about the short game. As I sit here tonight and I look at each of you, I think about the individual things you each have championed, you're working on, you're trying to make happen, and I just want to say, stay the course, do it, fund it, try it all. I think what the mayor said was right on. The report that Emily has given you is a wonderful roadmap. It's so concise and makes all of the points. In terms of the faith community, you know, places of worship in industrial zones, I was told today there's only 20, and we probably have, and I don't know if that's accurate or not.
That's accurate.
But we have probably at least 800 places of worship in our city. Get out of the way, let the faith community act out their faith and help our city. And lastly, I think we're all bracing for the point in time count, but trust your eyes. We can all see that there are so many people outside in our city. Again, I commend you for what you're doing, and I ask you to please, please try it all and do it.
So Joan, here's a request of you, I think is really important. And you know, your work over the years has been heroic, and we're grateful to you. If Emily says that she can come back by September, and if the council is willing to consider, and I don't know that they are, sort of the broader exemption for faith-based communities throughout the city to be able to house 24 or fewer people. We need you and other leaders from the faith community to begin organizing, but also to begin telling us in a very realistic way how many faith communities are willing to house how many people over what period of time. In other words, we may go to a lot of trouble and even political controversy to approve this kind of a policy. But I think it's fair for us to ask what we need to know is what would be the actual response, because none of this is easy. And what would it take in terms of support from the city? Because if there's a financial piece of it too, we have to factor that in. So between now and September, this gives us a little bit of a window. We need you and the Housing Alliance please, and Loaves and Fish and everybody, let's figure out what universe we're really talking about here so that we can know how much of a piece the faith community can provide in terms of the numbers.
Yeah, we are ready, willing, and able to do that. And I'm reminded of why we named our school Mustard Seed. If you have faith, you can take something the size of a mustard seed and it will grow into a beautiful plant. We look forward to the partnership.
But in terms of this particular policy proposal, how many faith communities, how many beds, how many nights?
Yes, we will do that.
Okay.
And I also do want to say, we're looking at a mosaic of solutions, and this is a part of that.
I understand.
All the other things you're embarking on are also worthwhile and should be done.
Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome. Casey?
Hi, thank you to the mayor and the city council members for taking my testimony. My name is Casey Niddle. I'm the director at Mustard Seed School at Loaves and Fishes, and I chose to speak to come up to lend a little urgency to and some faces maybe to the numbers you saw today. I've been working at Loaves and Fishes for 8 years. It wasn't until this year that on my way to work I began to see families sleeping on the side of the road, children sleeping on the side of the road. 2 weeks ago, I pulled over because there was a family of 4 little girls with both their parents, mom and dad, on Bannon Street, not even a few hundred feet from the family shelter, sleeping outside. Thankfully, we were able to convince them to come to Mustard Seed. 2 of the girls went to McKinley Park for swimming today. They're in our summer program, and the county's helped them with a motel voucher, so they didn't have to be outside during that heat wave. But then this morning, another family, single dad, 10-year-old, 8-year-old, and a 3-year-old girl were outside crossing the street in front of me as I came into work. So luckily, they were willing to come to Mustard Seed and have joined our emergency school for homeless children summer program. So they're getting a little taste of summer, even though their nights are not very good right now. So I wanted to say that, you know, I noticed you said, Mayor Steinberg, that we need to start to match our dreams with our capacity to fulfill our dreams. And I love seeing the old SAC presentation. I would love all the Mustard Seed kids to have that beautiful riverfront. But I also dream of a Sacramento where no 3-year-old sleeps outside, not even one night. And emergency shelters should prevent those outdoor stays. So I lend support to all 3 of the bubbles up there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all the help, okay?
Okay, we have Steve Swindle, Robert Copland, Fago, and the last speaker, Jeff Tardigia.
Mayor Steinberg, City Council members, my name is Steve Swindle. I'm here tonight representing Compassion Village, which is an organization that was formed in February by Pastor Dan Extel of Restoration Life Church and Tammy Vallejo of E49 Corp. I got wind of the group and I joined up with them immediately. We are building a tiny house village to house the homeless. We started our work in February. Our goal is to have 20 houses built by the end of the year. We have a property, a church property where we can place the houses. We have 4 of them finished, practically finished. A 5th one that's also practically finished. We use it mostly as a model home to show people what it looks like. These are nice units. I am very thankful that the City Council has moved quickly to make some changes to the code so that we can do these. The square footage is a very important thing for our next stage where we're actually going to build some permanent housing. Right now we have, the 5 we have built are all built to RV standards and their own trailers. so we can move them from place to place if we need to do that. But we are moving. We are making things happen. We are building these things, and we will have 20 homes available by the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're so glad. We need more of it.
Robert?
I have a question about the guy that has that compassion. Was you on Earth Day this year? Yes. Oh, that's the one that you saw, Mayor Steinberg.
Yeah, out at the,
But my main point is the best way to deal with homeless, not to let people become homeless. And I know there's a couple of complexes, apartment complexes, that are totally vacant on 44th Avenue and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Why? Which district is that in? I'm not hearing anything. Okay, so you're not going to tell me. Oh, it's a county, okay. But 12 use beds in Sacramento City this size, that is disgraceful. That is totally disgraceful. And a few other things. $75 to $100 per night for a triage center per bed. It'd be cheaper to house them. Why so high per night? When you can put them in a permanent housing for cheaper. Thank you.
There you go.
So, well, I do like the idea that there's going to be room made for the churches to be able to help. I kind of see it as almost like you're just shoving the workload off onto the churches in a way. There's been other viable options that we've been trying to get going for a long time, such as Warren's proposal for a tent city, which we're still not getting a vote on. You know, this has been multiple years, and we keep seeing reports about stuff that might happen, but then we don't see anything actually happen. So it sounds good, it looks good, but September? We have to wait till September before our assistance can happen again? Like, what's going on with this constant gaslighting and just pushing it further and further down the road? You know, we've been here for years trying to fight for people to be able to not have to suffer on these streets anymore. And your goal is 3,200 people in the next 3 years? I'm sorry, there's 13,000 people sleeping on the streets every single night. 3,200 that's not even a drop in that bucket. I mean, let's get real here. Let's actually quit waiting for this point in time count that we already know is inaccurate. It's way below what the actual numbers are. Even that 1,300 is just the people that signed up for a special food stamp program. There's a lot of us that don't get food stamps, myself included. You know, we need to actually start looking at this as a real issue. This is an emergency issue. I mean, we just had 3 people die last week because of the heat. What's going to happen between now and the next heat wave? Well, there's no place for people to go still, except for, 2 whole cooling centers. Woohoo, right? That's going to help save the thousands of people, right? I wish this council would actually take this issue seriously instead of keep pushing it off onto other people.
Jeff?
I'm learning. This work?
You need a mic for, if you.
All right.
Jeff, yeah.
I guess, Jeff Tartagia, I guess I'm getting the last word on this comment publicly. 2009, 2010, 2016, your Sacramento Steps Forward did work on the homeless, and last Wednesday they made a recommendation of findings of the homeless and also recommendations. I can go back to 2008, 2010, working with the county, working with Winter Sanctuary, working with the other programs. That involved $300,000 and less than 200 people effectively housed per night. Hopefully you guys will do better. Hopefully you will realize for the next, now this will be the 13th subcommittee that will be formed with Sacramento Steps Forward. And Mayor, you look at them again with a little confusion, like you don't know these things in information. So please check with Sacramento Steps Forward, see what the latest results have come out with, even though, as you say, you don't know what the physical counts are. That's the next committee that's forming and wanting a steering committee together in September. I try to pay attention to what's going on. I try to participate and involve myself, so I listen to what's going on. As you say, each time I come here, I will go down J Street and see the people sleeping on the sidewalk. Again, the problems that came from KJ that you inherited the 6 months before, that this city council restricted the things that were affordable housing. And now that the federal government has gone from transit housing to realizing that the homeless and the focus, you're going to have to figure out a better job of not just dealing with the homeless, but that whole concept. You've had initiatives about an emergency crisis to declare. You've had things about dealing with the RVs. And I see I only have 10 seconds left. So I will do as you said last time, of more information can be provided.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, members of the public. Let's hear from members of the City Council. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm happy to kick it off. Emily, it was a great report. There are two people in this city I don't think we could do without, and that's you and Greg Galliano. So thank you very much for what you do. This is a big and tough problem. It's been building for all the 4 decades I've lived in the area, and it's not going to be solved overnight. But if you think that we're doing nothing, you're absolutely mistaken. For the mayor to be able to bring home the whole person care grant is an unprecedented opportunity. To think about having actually $64 million over 4 years to apply services to the people who need them is extraordinary. Now, I know that that number just whizzes by an awful lot of people and don't understand the magnitude of this opportunity. But even it can't be implemented overnight. There's a lot of policy issues and there are a lot of minds to change. Everybody wants homelessness dealt with, but I can tell you nobody wants it dealt with near them. As far as finding sites, this is extraordinarily difficult. When people talk about using Sleep Train Arena, we don't have control of that. It's private property. We can't force people to do uses with their property if they're not so inclined to do so, but we can try to work out deals, and we can try to find sites that will be usable. We can build tiny homes, and we will, and we'll change our code so that faith groups can use their properties as well, because there is a tremendous appetite amongst our constituents to pitch in, to help with the solution. And I thank you, Steve, for what you're doing. Mayor, I want to ask you this. When we talk about using faith-based siting, and if they need a CUP to do it in a residential area, that's a roadblock. That effectively says that what you wanted to implement can't happen.
Correct.
So have you explored with the city's attorney's office about a special permit rather than a conditional use permit? So instead of a land entitlement, a more temporary use?
A special permit that would not require going to the full city council for every...
Well, that would not require a CUP, a land entitlement.
We haven't, but I'm, of course, open to looking at anything. I mean, we always balance, right, the importance of community input on everything we do with the recognition that this is a tough problem and that siting is, in fact, difficult. The thing that I think presents an opportunity here is that the context is 24 people or fewer. And if it were done with the right kind of services, supports, and security, it could be done well. But that's why I want to get sort of a realistic estimate from Joan and from the advocates out there, because let's have the policy follow where the supply, not just the actual supply, but the willing supply is located. So I'm open to anything, but if we want to engage the faith-based community in a real way, the fewer land use obstacles, the easier it's going to be to do so.
Exactly. Well, you know, it is true we have to try everything, because we have to use that whole person care money, and we have to use it with efficacy, and we have to get started soon.
Right.
You know, it's a 4-year window, and quite frankly, my feeling is if we can't use $64 million and get on top of this problem in the next 4 years, it's not solvable.
Right.
This is an amazing opportunity. So I just want to assure people out here that we are looking for sites. I know I'm looking for sites, and we have a couple potential sites where we could do micropad, where we could do tiny homes, and we'll have to do all of these things to make this work. We need tremendous capacity here. I'm not talking about 20 homes or 40 homes. We need hundreds. It's not easy to do, but we're moving in that direction, and we're actually moving rather aggressively. Change will come, and when it does, you might just be surprised at what we have actually managed to achieve. It's like I say, you know, you can't move a mountain just with your shoulder, you know. It takes a lot of push and a lot of people working on it, and there are a lot of people working on it. Another piece that warrants discussion one more time is that this is not a city problem, this is a regional problem, and if we don't work better with our neighbors, specifically Sacramento County, we're not going to get on top of this. And we're working on that front as well. So there are bridges to be built and connections to be made, and that's moving a little more slowly than I would like, but it is moving. And it's very important that all you advocates who come here and put pressure on us at the city side, that you spend as much time going to the county and convincing them that they have to be a part of the process as well. They are aware of it, but they need their constituents to back them up on it. They get the federal money to deal with most of these problems. So, you know, any help that you could give us in that regard would be most welcome. I think that eventually we'll build those bridges and we'll put together a program that will be very robust. And it is going to take triage, and it's going to take a lot of supportive services, and it's going to take a lot of dwelling units. That's a lot of stuff to achieve. We're working on it, and we're getting well underway at this point, and things are picking up steam.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. So a few things. First of all, I don't think any effort is too small. So if we do a couple cooling centers or a couple warming centers, I think anything we can do is helpful. And obviously, any one thing in and of itself isn't going to solve the issue, but we're also not going to get to the root of this problem with one big giant answer. So it is going to have to be picked apart piece by piece, little by little, and any step we can take forward is a step in the right direction. So I want to start with that. I also want to say that, you know, Supervisor Peters suggested in our first meeting with her that the mayor convened of the joint committees that she had hotels in her district that she really wanted to see turned into housing, transitional housing for homeless. And I feel like we haven't followed up on how we could partner with her on that and how there might be an opportunity. We constantly look for sites. She specifically stated she had sites. I think that we should try again with her on partnering over those sites. It makes sense when you have one elected official who says, I have a site, and everybody else is saying, I can't find a site, that maybe we could work together. I think the E49 concept, the Compassion Village, which I've already financially supported and thrown my name behind with Pastor Axtell, who is a friend, is exactly how we will get to the root of this. There's no way, and these are his words, not mine, that government can solve this alone, nor should we. And it's just not possible. It's beyond our capacity financially and structurally. But in partnership with organizations that are already working on it, we can do a lot. And the Compassion Village model, to me, is the winning model because it is a scatter model. It doesn't focus only on the city. It is regional. It draws down funding not from us, although I gave some money to help them get their materials together so they could make presentations to folks. But it draws from large churches in one area that have significant funds and then finds churches in areas with populations that where there is a need for service and weds the two resources and does that across the whole 6-county region. So anything we can do to get out of their way is the right, I think, one of the right and most important and prudent next steps, which leads to the next issue. Mayor, limiting the zoning to industrial areas is too limited. And that seems fairly obvious. It can't just be about industrial locations. That being said, I don't know the right answer. So I need some more suggestions as to what some better restrictions might be. And it doesn't have to be geographic restriction. It could be about churches that have schools on site or something like that. And even then, maybe we can get to targeted populations. Maybe one site is good for homeless families, right? And another site might be good for homeless women. And I know we want to try to break down the whole partners, pets, possessions thing, but there just might be some areas of the city, and I think we all have some examples of these, even in each other's districts, where we potentially could do something if it was for kids, if it was for families, if it was for women, if it was for veterans, whatever. There might be an area where we could target something specifically that might help us put a face to the issue and open some doors that previously would have been closed. And then I want to just publicly say that I continue to be supportive of you, Councilmember Warren, in your efforts. If you think that nothing is happening between these meetings, you couldn't be further from the truth. We're all working really hard on it. These sites are quite challenging, and they're challenging in ways that we can't even explain. And sometimes you just have competing issues that are of equal importance. And I know that's hard to fathom, but it's true. So we continue to work on that effort. And then lastly, just because it continues to come up over and over, and Arco Arena sits in my district, I feel that I need to address it, but I'm not going to address it every time this issue comes up. We don't own Arco Arena. It is not our decision. It'd be like saying Arden Fair Mall could be the next location. They're equally suited, owned by someone else, and not under our control. But even if it was under our control, it would not be a good site, and here are some reasons why. There is zero public transportation to that area, zero. There are zero social services in that area. There are very few brick and mortar churches in that area. And even if we took care of all of those things and solved for those problems, there are two issues that we cannot solve for on that site that are insurmountable. One is a promise was made to the city and to the community that the next usage of that site would be employment-based, which I know we all agree is incredibly important, that people in this region have jobs, and not just any jobs, high-wage jobs. And that is our focus, which is a big, important component to homelessness too, and to people in our region being able to have access to employment. So that is a focus, and then here's the biggest reason why it will never happen. That land is not unrestricted. It's not just a vacant building sitting on a piece of land that's not being used. That may be what it looks like. That is not what it is. There are tens of millions of dollars of underlying bonds on that land that have to be paid off. In order for them to be paid off, there has to be a reuse that generates tens of millions of dollars. Those tens of millions of dollars generated by whatever is built on that piece of property will pay off the bonds. And that is how the land will eventually, years from now, become unencumbered. And all of that said, it's not ours. It belongs to a private entity. So, but I think that needs to be stated because it continues to come up. I'm not going to do that mantra every single time, nor do I think we should, but I do think people have asked enough. They deserve an explanation as to why it's not considered.
Good, thank you very much. Councilmember Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank staff and Emily for the work that they do continually on this issue. And we all know that this issue is a very troubling, challenging, very difficult issue to solve. I think we've all tried to come at it from our perspectives. My personal feeling on this issue is that, I'd like to see us do more sooner. I've put forward what I thought would be a temporary, a very short-term solution that could be part of a comprehensive strategy to help us start to analyze what works and what doesn't work. And with that would not be the solution to the problem and the things that I think most of the people that come here to advocate on behalf of the homeless would see as a success. I mean, it would be a step forward, I believe, and it would give us the data that would help us, very similar to the data that Emily collects and others, and we could have that as part of our discussion for an ongoing solution. On a daily basis, I get very troubling calls and texts about this homelessness issue. And, it is very shocking and surprising to me of who ultimately becomes homeless. There is a person who is a peer of ours, one of our peers, not on this dais, but somebody who is elected that is homeless right now. And quite honestly, embarrassed about it. And has some income, not a huge salary, but has some income to deal with it. But part of the problem is also there's so many people coming into this region, and landlords have so many options in terms of choosing qualified tenants, and they're trying to get the A+ tenants in these buildings on any property, so they're driving up the rents. In addition to that, they make it very difficult for people who might even have the income but have credit issues. Or somebody who has a Section 8 voucher and they don't want to take Section 8. They want to take somebody with a stable job, a 5-year work history, and so on and so forth, and find reasons why, another applicant is more suited. So it is very difficult for homeless people who have been homeless to find housing. And so ultimately, more housing options will have to be the ultimate, I think, major initiative we take towards the solution. We have to have more housing units, more housing options. And those housing options might include tiny homes. I believe that there's a place for tiny homes. They may include some form of an outdoor living environment. They may include, and I believe ultimately all of us would like to see more indoor options for the homeless. But it's very difficult to achieve, and my frustration, if you will, is that, and I've heard this said before by a member of our council, is that we sometimes let perfection get in the way of progress. And I believe we will stub our toe in trying to do the right thing. We're going to have missteps. But if we're going forward, I believe our missteps can then be redirected into a way that positively impacts the homeless issue. And so I know that I don't have all of the solutions. However, I do believe that it is the will of the council, including me, that all of our ideas are valid and they have a place on the table and should be given due consideration. And I am prepared to be very bold. I know the mayor has done some magnificent things. The grant you got that Councilman Harris mentioned is extraordinary. And it helps us wrap, I think, the services needed to help people once they have housing. It helps them and conditions them to hopefully get back into more of the mainstream of society. But we have to have housing options. And last thing I want to say about this tonight is that a person that I knew personally who worked at Grant High School, who was also homeless, died last week as a result of his housing conditions and not being able to take care of things that he needed to do for himself. He didn't have a stable place. This was not part of the three that Fago mentioned. This is a person who worked every day and did not have a place. He lived in his car. And he would have to move his car around in different places and try not to get caught. And he died last week. And so those kinds of things are happening and they're impacting our community. We have over 100, I'm told, over 100 students at Grant High School that are homeless, that are living under the bridges, living in small shanties along the rivers, and then have to get up and try to put on a dignified face to go to school. You know, and we have been talking about these issues and potential solutions for months. And we have to be bold enough, in my opinion, to take steps to help people find a better existence. It won't be the perfect existence. It won't be what we all want and hope for. It won't be a house like any of us has. But we have to do something better than what they are forced to exist in now. And I think, you know, every day that goes by is another wasted opportunity. I will continue to be a voice for, I think, those that need our assistance the most. And I try not to show my displeasure or my frustration, but it is mounting, you know, and I think that we are here for a specific purpose, and is really to speak and do for those that can't do for themselves. And we have to be, I think, that light that brings them in and helps them provide the kind of security of a basic shelter environment that will undoubtedly bring some of them, I think, back to a better existence. We won't be able to save everybody. However, I believe we could save more than we're doing. And so with that, I'll close my comments, Mr. Mayor, and I look forward to the next opportunity that's presented so we can bring some additional solutions to this council for action so we can do something for people who need us. Thank you.
Well said, Warren. Welcome to into action now.
Councilman Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't disagree with anything that's been said tonight. I do, I feel like, Fago's comments were very well taken, that we've talked and we've talked and we've talked and we've talked. It doesn't mean that we haven't accomplished things. And Emily, I think your work, Greg Galliano's work, the team, some of the partnerships we've tried to form, they've made progress. But the reality is that the effort that we're engaged in is so much more challenging than we ever anticipated. And it's federal, it's state, it's county, it's cities, it's regional. And you've showed us those slides before. That's not news. I think the news is that despite how hard we try, how much money we put in, the mayor's been successful in winning support for us from the hospital systems, the state, really federal dollars through the Medicaid waiver and whole person care. But the basic issue of shelter, we have not found partners on. We worked hard to find public housing units. We worked hard to find vouchers. That plan, though, even though we approved it months ago, is still months out from the housing agency bringing it back to us to actually make it happen. So a dream deferred is a dream denied in a lot of ways, and I think the longer it takes, the harder things seem. It's no surprise that people lose hope. But the problem's gotten worse. Just on a daily basis, we hear the stories like we heard from Mustard Seed tonight, and we know that we don't have answers. So given that you've sort of asked us for direction on three things, we've given you probably a lot of ideas on other things. One of the slides you had reminded me that it's not a preferred option, but shelter. You talked about how much shelter costs per night. $37 a night. When I tried to figure out what that was times 1,000 people, just as an example, times 365, that's $13.5 million on an annualized basis. When we used to be fully in partnership with other agencies, we used large shelters, particularly during the winter, Cal Expo being one of them. Is that, I'm asking this because I think we need to show somewhat dramatic action, and the mayor's question about congregations is not inappropriate. I think many people acknowledge that as part of a solution, but not any silver bullet. Is there a large shelter option out there that would give some immediate relief? That's not 10 people here and 15 people there, and that really actually can move the needle in some substantial way.
Right. So I don't know of one that's readily available that could house large numbers of
And
people.
when you say readily, is it because of politics, actual building? Like, is it jurisdictional? Like, what is the limiting factor on action?
I think, depending on which side, it's a combination of all. So back in the spring, when we were in the throes of the winter refuge center, we were looking for sites, and we ended up defaulting to sites that either were under city ownership or under another public entity's ownership who had come to us, because those were what were available and accessible, and frankly, who was willing to open their doors. And all of them were either limited on size, building inspectors said they could fit 20 to 25, or limited on other factors, like removing a fire operation, for example, from a fire station. I know there's been some sites floated around that are not under our control. I frankly don't know the status of all of those, and I think a lot of it's tied up more in the politics and ownership than in actual physical things. I know that the Cal Expo has been floated around by some of your colleagues on the Board of Supervisors, and as a matter of fact, Councilmember Harris and I went on a tour with the state folks from Cal Expo a couple months back, and the read I got from Cal Expo is that site, while it was used for years and years and years, is now been promised to another an entertainment type facility. So it's no longer available like we used to rely on it.
The long and the short of it is we can nibble around the edges forever. That's not going to fix the problem. And it feels extremely lonely as we try to be Sisyphus and solve this problem, always going up the hill. And, our advocates out here who've been at it for a long time too. At what point is there a light at the end of the tunnel? I don't mean to say we should not have hope, we shouldn't keep trying, but I would like to see some more dramatic action that really isn't about 15 people, 20 people, that's really about moving the needle in a bigger way. And I don't frankly have that answer. I wish I did, because I'd probably be a lot more popular if I had more answers than questions. But in the end, what's it going to take to change this? Because at this point, we've tried to knock on all the doors of our friends to little avail, and I'd like to see some actual progress, because the neighborhoods, the people on the streets, the businesses, the employees, we all deserve some progress here, and I'm okay with temporary shelter zoning exception. The funding operation of shelters, maybe we need to move more decisively into that than being just working through others. Maybe that's still the best way. I'd like to see you come back. Triage is really expensive. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. I heard the mayor very clearly articulate a goal of always having triage with shelter. But if we can't afford that, does that mean we don't provide some shelter? And I don't frankly think there's a clear answer, but as we've moved away from basic shelter towards permanent supportive housing first, I think that we've tried through policy metrics to have better outcomes, but we seem to fall further and further behind. So if the simplest answer is shelter, then I believe we should pursue shelter.
Councilman Guerra.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. First, I think, I don't know if we'll ever get the perfect solution here, but we also can't be reckless in our decision-making as well. So I'll point out a couple concerns that I have. I do have a concern about going in the direction of by right in the industrial area only, because as we learned in previous efforts, when we talk about the industrial area, it basically comes down to two council districts for the most part. We do have commercial and in some light industrial and other council districts, but to me that brings a lot of concerns for my district specifically, because the communities that are directly across the street from the industrial areas are Avondale, Glen Elder, Southeast Village, and just yesterday I had dinner with our code enforcement officers and one of our sergeants, talking to a pastor in Avondale, Pastor Burrell, whose biggest concern has been, the amount of trash dumping, the grocery carts, and just kind of impacting folks who are there. And these are folks who've cobbled and saved just enough money to buy a little home and some property. And if we're not conscious about how we go about this zoning or the location and siting, I think what we do is we devalue even more those who have tried to make a little investment in their life. So I've got some concerns about that. Now, let's be also honest here. We're not trying to be a NIMBYist or saying not in my district. I mean, Council District 6 and the industrial area does have St. John's Women in Shelter. We have had other shelter programs. And it is a location where we do the technical training program with folks who are coming out of corrections. They go there and get their skills. They go to the Career Tech Ed facility on Fruit Ridge as well. So we've got a lot of those areas that help a lot of folks. So it's not that it hasn't been done. I think it's got to be done right, because it's always about how do we mitigate the impacts, whether it's a facility like a shelter or if it's a recycling facility. We make sure that that location takes care of its negative impacts for its neighbors. They all provide a service. So, also, I mean, this idea of changing motels and making them facilities, well, we've done that in District 6. Stockton Boulevard has a great example. Mercy Housing's The Boulevard turned an old motel that's right around the corner from my place, and it's been a great example of it working. So if Supervisor Peter wants to do that really in her district, last time I checked, there weren't any in Sierra Oaks or Campus Commons. There's nothing that the city can stop them from doing that. I mean, she can go ahead and do that out on Fulton Avenue or wherever, and the county can move on that piece if need be. So I don't think there's anything that needs to come back here for that discussion, other than how do we replicate more some of those examples that we've done already. Questions here on the by right zoning, though, I do have is that I'd like to come back, and I don't know if you have the answers now, but you can bring them back when we come and revisit this issue here. One is if we're being specific about if people have to be inside or outside. The second, and I can repeat these also, who will have oversight over 24-hour operations? What is the definition of temporary? I'd like to know that as well. Because when I went to Portland and Seattle and checked out some of the temporary locations, they'd been going on for 6 or 7 years. That doesn't seem temporary to me. So, we do have churches in the industrial area, and I get that. And if some churches want to provide that service and be able to help folks, they own their property, well, as long as they're not impacting their neighbors, I think they have the right to use their property. But I do want to make sure that, what's the right fit in the location. Because bear in mind, in the industrial area, we also have a lot of places without sidewalks. And what you see all the time in there is heavy-duty vehicles that are moving quickly. There's no public transportation routes in those areas. So we've already had fatalities from cyclists and walkers out there. And if there are folks with serious mental illness that are in the industrial area where you have this major traffic and no public transportation, My concern is you might have more additional issues, because if you've got a dually or a double or a trailer moving through there with stuff going out to the transfer facility, they're not going to react quickly when someone's on the walkway. So I'm concerned about where we site these and what locations, because some of those areas are very dangerous for pedestrians, and then people around. And lastly, there's operations happening at night too. So we have people moving in there at night in the industrial area. So I've got those safety concerns. In the long run, if we decide to go in anything in that area, we definitely have to work with the Business Improvement District after the PBID to find what the right solution is. Again, we've already done shelters out there before, but they've had a high standard, and we have to maintain that high standard for not only the industrial area there, the safety of those who are in those shelters, but also, more importantly, all the neighboring residents who live in that area, who bought homes in that area, and made an investment in their own property as well, and making sure that we can mitigate that. So with that, I hope if you've got some answers, I'll take them now, and if not, you're welcome to bring them back when we come back. As far as direction here, I would like to see more of a whole approach of like, here are the three things we have to do. Again, if we have to bite the bullet on a higher cost for a triage center, I'm willing to partner with the county in making sure that we find a solution like that. I think Supervisor Phil Cern has taken that on as a big role. And also, but if folks want to put up their own money and it's not impacting the neighbors, and we've got a thoughtful land use decision, then that's something we have to be considerate about.
Okay, we'll do a report back on all the details. Is that okay?
That's good.
Eric, okay.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you framed the issue appropriately. Emily came looking for advice from us, looking for direction, and what I heard is analyze the data and come back with the most bang for the buck, and we will look at it then. The only thing I would ask you to take a look at that hasn't been mentioned is, one, we don't have a real core competency in the city to actually run shelters. And I think we ought to think long and hard before we took up that function, that we need to shift that. And the other thing is to consider in your analysis is risk. In the approaches that you take a look at, and we'll come back to recommend, I think we ought to be upfront with the risk that the city will be taking with any of those recommendations.
Thank you very much, Larry. So, listen, I know it's been a long night and a long day, and this is a hard subject. And the number one word associated with homelessness, well, there are a couple of words, but one of them certainly is frustration, tremendous frustration. But I want to say this loud and clear. Get on my back, get on all of our backs, and let's get going and let's go forward. We don't have time for frustration here. And by the way, over the last 6 months, we've made tremendous strides, maybe not in the actual impact on the streets, but in both gathering the resources and the strategy to make this situation much better. And that's what we intend to do, darn it. Nothing short of it. When I said 2,000 people off the streets over the next 3 years, I intend to hold myself accountable to that. And when we get the whole person care grant and it says 3,200 people over the next 3 years, we all intend to hold ourselves accountable to that. And the strategy is very clear. We know that we need to do more assertive outreach out on the streets. And that includes, by the way, not tolerating illegal or disruptive behaviors. That means being both compassionate, but also protecting the homeless people who are not acting in a disruptive or a violent way. That means case management, that means services, that means housing, and it means triage along the way, which includes emergency shelter. And I framed it purposefully, Councilmember Carr, in the way that I did, because just as whole person care tells us we can get 3,200 people off the streets, or we can affect 3,200 people over the next 3 years, we need to know what it will take to shelter with triage at least that many people, and whether or not we have the current capacity, both financially and through these public-private partnerships with the faith community, to be able to achieve that goal. And if we're short, what the gap is. And again, what it's going to take to partner with our other governmental entities. And we're going to need the help of the neighborhoods and the business districts, including those that are already adversely impacted by the problem. Especially if we can assure you that with a whole strategy, we can make your plight better, because that's our obligation as well. So I get the frustration. Councilmember Warren, I get it, mounting frustration. I know you've got an idea to house or to provide the tent city for people, and it's a legitimate idea, but let's recognize the common frustration. But let's stay positive here. Get on my back, let's get on each other's backs, and let's move forward. And finally, on the youth thing, Pastor Gainsborough, if you don't think that we listened intently to your passion, your testimony, I'm going to tell you something. What you said tonight affected me. 12 youth shelter beds, and 6 of them are for ages 18 to 24? Excuse me. I don't know whether we can change it tonight. But as we come back and over the next weeks and months, matching our resources to what it's going to take to increase our capacity, please put those young people first, under 18 years old, and let's come back with a plan to house 100 or more young people under the age of 18. We have to do that. We absolutely have to do that, because 6 under the age of 18, that's can't accept that. And so as we prioritize emergency shelter here, that's got to be the place where we start. We're on the right track here, folks, and I share the frustration, believe me. I toss and turn most nights about this particular issue. But have some faith here. We're on the right path. And I know for myself, as your mayor, I am going to be stubbornly insistent that we follow a real strategy here that's going to lead to a better result. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Okay, that's the end of the council agenda. Thank you again, Emily, very, very much for an outstanding job. Okay, you got one thing quickly, Shirley?
I do. This is a board and commission appointment for the Parks and Recreation Commission. It's the mayor's seat. It's Rita Good. Also noted for the record that under information items, there was a supplemental agenda to accept a parcel map to Innovate Corporate Center. That's it.
Okay, we got a lot of announcements. Councilmember Ashby. I'm sorry.
Mayor, this city manager, I have one for you, please, and for the city attorney, Mr. Ruyak. So I want to request that the city manager direct staff to amend the city's planning and zoning code, I think it's Title 17, to require a conditional use permit for tobacco retailer permits regardless of proximity to school sites or retailer sites, to include smoke shops. We're seeking to add the tobacco retailers to that city code, section 17.228, a special use regulation, to allow for greater scrutiny and citing of retail establishments that sell primarily tobacco products. And as I think some of you know, these smoke shops are crossing over into marijuana usage, and so I want to make sure that we are prepared to handle that. And so it would be a planning and zoning code request. And city manager, further on that, I think our current rules state that if a tobacco retailer permits are currently issued by CDD, if that retailer is 15,000 square feet or less and is within 1,000 feet of a public or private kindergarten through 12 school, conditional use permit is required. But I'd like to expand that, as I've stated earlier. So if you could take a look at that and bring it back to us, I would appreciate it very much. And then I wanted to wish my colleagues a nice break. I know we're going to be gone for a little while, and a happy 4th of July. I do have one event during that period of time. It is on Friday the 7th. It's First Friday, so the first Friday of each month in Natomas we have what some of you have other names for it, but food trucks and a concert with a great band and some vendors from local businesses and stuff out in the regional park. It's a great time. So anybody who might be interested in joining us there would be happy to have you. And then lastly, I just want to say that I'm really sad that Councilmember Pinnell passed away. She is the last woman to serve with me on this dais, and I learned a lot from her while I was here. First, about being a councilwoman, and about being a strong advocate for your community. I'll never forget driving through her district with her and seeing her community through her eyes, and having her explain to me what her goals were and what her greatest accomplishments and achievements were. And I will always attribute to her the phrase jobs, 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 because that's what she said to us every single week in every single decision that we made, to remember that jobs were important for people, and particularly in her community. When she left this dais, I told her that I want to be just like her when I grow up, because she had addressed flood control, built a big aquatic facility, and had a hospital and light rail in her district, all things that I aspire to have in mine. And I'm really sad that she's gone, and I am a little bit consoled though by the fact that the Pinnell family, husband and daughter, of course, who died in childhood, are all reunited now. And I'm sure that's quite the celebration. But nonetheless, Sacramento lost a titan as far as I'm concerned. And so to District 8, and really to the city and to all of us, that's a big hit. And so my condolences there.
Okay, next, please.
Okay, Councilmember Ashby, thank you for those comments about Bonnie Pinnell, and she really did leave a mark on the city. I appreciate your comments. Just a couple quick announcements. There's a community open house tomorrow, June 28th, at the South Natomas Community Center regarding the upcoming water meter project in South Natomas. The meeting will run from 5:30 to 7 p.m. Our Pops in the Park concert series has ended, and it was really well attended this year and an awful lot of fun, and I thank everybody who came out. I really want to thank my staff, Jen West and David Gonzalez, and Danielle Vincent, for all of their efforts to create a really great community event. And we'll continue the tradition next year, our 27th year. Pops Natomas, which is something we started just 2 years ago, will be this September 16th. So one more big event at the South Natomas Community Park. The band Solsa will be playing, and I'm sure it'll be a great event. Looking forward to it. And I also wish my colleagues a great holiday. I'm certainly going to get out of town. I hope you all do too.
Thank you. I just first wanted to wish everybody a great break. I know we'll be back in a couple weeks, but I wanted to take a moment to, some of you know that at a light rail station tonight, a county sheriff's deputy was shot. So I just want to send out our well wishes. 4 of us are on the regional transit board, and I know the other council members are also very concerned about what happened. Many of you know that regional transit is led, the police function there is led by Norm Leong, who does a great job. He's one of our officers, but it's a partnership between the county and the city, and so our well wishes go out to that deputy. Also, I want to share a few thoughts about Bonnie. I got to serve with her for about 2 years, and she was just a phenomenal person. The going away celebration for her, she got a street sign, but the adoration of the audience for what she'd done for District 8 was just phenomenal. And as a colleague and as a friend, she was always very forthright. I think everybody remembers Bonnie's honesty and her warmth as well. I think she always was trying to do the right thing, and she wasn't a classic politician. She just kind of told it like it was and advocated for District 8 without any hesitation, without any second thoughts. So Godspeed, Bonnie.
Great, great, great. So I'll do my comments now. I want to make sure that everyone is invited to the Pocket Parade and Community Festival on July the 4th. We'll begin the day at 10 a.m. With a parade that goes down Windbridge Drive from Lisbon Elementary School to Garcia Bend Park. And after the parade, we'll have a community festival with the first ever pet pageant, music, delicious food, and a lot of family-friendly fun. So we encourage you to come out from 10 o'clock until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon for a great day if you're looking for something great to do. And then we'll kick off the Jazz in July concerts. So while you guys are refreshing yourselves during our break, you have an opportunity to come to the Jazz in July concerts in District 7 on Friday, July the 7th. The Vivian Lee Quartet will be at Mesa Grande Park. On the 15th and the 21st, Jose Hernandez and the Mo Better Blues Jazz Band will be there presenting. And then on Saturday, July 29th, Doug Martin at Marriott Park. So if you want to get more information about that, call the office at area code 916. Oh, you want more information, Mr. Sanchez? You want more information? I can give it to you now if you want. Okay, good. I just want, all right. You look like, I saw your hand go up, so no problem. For more information, contact our office at area code 916-808-7007. And I just want to close with a few comments about Councilwoman Pinnell as well. I've heard comments about her honesty. I've heard you call her a titan. Many of you described her as a fighter. Mayor Heather Fargo describes her as protective. She was a mother bear. I've got text messages that call her a servant leader. And most of all, I call her a friend. And I am so happy that the Samuel and Bonnie Pinnell Community Center will be here forever. And we will always remember her by not only the work that she did on this council and in this city, but we'll remember her for the community center that will continue to give for years to come. So with that, I'll go to our next council member. Councilmember Chenier.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Two things for the city manager. One is, during the budget process, we talked about the potential of getting ShotSpotter for the Oak Park area. And as you know, we've had a number of shootings there recently, and so I'd like to see if it'd be a council decision. I know we're talking to the county about the potential of splitting it, but if you could bring that back to the council or work to agendize that as a potential expenditure. And then the other thing is, as a trustee for the Crocker Art Museum, they've requested some time on an agenda to come discuss the projects that they're working on around the park and the potential of a parking lot and event center. And so, as we kind of noted today, the process for getting something on the agenda for a council person is a little hazy, but if we could potentially agendize that as a presentation by the Crocker or probably the CAMA board about what they're doing for the council, that would be great.
Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This past weekend was a very busy weekend in District 2. We had a number of very successful events. The 5th Annual Multicultural Festival at Hagenwood Park was a tremendous success this year. A large turnout. Weather cooperated with us. We had a great time. So I want to thank all the vendors and my staff and volunteers, those that came out to help. We had a very, very nice event on Saturday. And then we had a charity event on both Sunday evening and then yesterday, which was an overwhelming success. We had a wonderful, it culminated with a wonderful golf event where we had a full field, and we raised money for First Steps Community, of which we will be tallying up everything this week, and we should be presenting them with a very nice check sometime here in the near future, probably within the next 3 or 4 days. And so, great weekend in District 2. And then last thing I'd like to announce, and I'd like particularly for members of the council to understand when we take some of these actions as it relates to resolutions, we took an action that myself and Councilman Hanson initiated or led on the council to pass a resolution to help end the financial blockade, if you will, with the country of Cuba. That has been an overwhelming success in Cuba. As a result, a member of the Cuban parliament is here. He flew in tonight. He will be meeting with a number of people in Sacramento. He will be at the state capitol tomorrow meeting with people. And then I will not be here, but I believe there'll be an effort to reach out to some of the council, maybe the mayor's office. I know Eric Guetta as well, to meet with the gentleman from Cuba that's coming in. And they want to take our resolution that we passed, and he wants to go to other cities throughout other major California cities to show the leadership that California and Sacramento specifically is providing to help other cities get behind this effort to end the blockade into Cuba. And really, it is an extraordinary feat, and particularly to have this happen so quickly after us passing the resolution just lets you know that people are paying attention to what we're doing here in the city of Sacramento. And so I want to just commend my colleagues for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carr. Well, hold on. Let's go to Councilmember Guetta before. All right, we'll do Councilmember Carr.
I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
Simple request for the city manager. I'd like to get an update on where we are on hiring the code officers and law enforcement to enforce the illegal growing on marijuana and cultivation. And I'd like to be able to also have a conversation with the DAs on how do we make sure that we are making a meaningful impact on some of those grow houses. I know our staff is working on some of the legislation, but I'd like to get an update on where we are on getting at the enforcement side. Thank you.
Councilmember Carr.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. First, I'd like to give my AB 1234 report. Cut it on. First, I'd like to give my AB 1234 report. I went to the International Policy Governance Conference. This year was held in San Diego. I got a chance to look around San Diego, and they have some really great destination places to go. The Policy Governance Association convention is attended by people from all over the world, from England, Scotland, the South Pacific, and of course the U.S. and Canada. It is not a conference of best practices. It talks about a governance model that's internally consistent, that allows a group of peers to actually control an organization without micromanaging, without meddling, and without programming from the dais. It's a good conversation to have with people who are really interested in how you do this. This is a conference that teaches you how to be a city council person, what you do as a council person. And we get very little training on that. We get elected, we come up and we start doing what everybody else is doing. And that may not be the best way. Shirley, I was really impressed with one of the side conferences, sidebars, was actually city clerk's business. And they described what had happened to the city clerk business in 3 phases. The first phase was paper documents, which you went through. The second phase is electronic documents, and the coming phase within 5 years will be the impact of artificial intelligence on council operations and how that all is going to work, and they're predicting it. It's coming very quickly. Can I say something about my friend?
Please.
You know the things that Bonnie has done because you voted on them. You voted on the light rail extension and the community centers and all the rest of that. The thing that impressed me most was what she did in the community. One of the first things she said to me was, "Don't let them build any junk in my community." And by junk, she meant liquor stores, apartment complexes that had no services for the residents, no meeting spaces, no facilities, and that were built with low-quality material. She worked on that every day. And when you get to what she really wanted is, she wanted a community just like any other. She didn't want a substandard community. She wanted one just like any other. And I'll close with my favorite Bonnie Pennell story. She met with one of her primary campaign contributors in a restaurant in Old Town. And I was there along with the contributor and Bonnie and another person, Grantland Johnson. And the fellow asked Bonnie how much she needed for her campaign. And she said $50,000. I said, whoa, $50,000. The fellow didn't blink. He said, "I will bundle that for you, and you got it." Fast forward another year. I happened to be in her office, and the same campaign contributor came in. And he wanted to put a project in on Meadowview Road. And Bonnie looked at the project, cussed him out, and said, "Get out of my office. You're not going to build that junk in my community." And I looked at the guy. I looked at Bonnie, "Hey, this guy just gave you $50,000 and you're kicking him out of the office." And she said, "Yeah, I'm not letting anybody build any junk in my community." And that's what she thought of her community, and that's what she fought for every day. And I think we should close the meeting in her honor.
In the honor of Councilwoman Bonnie Pennell, who served 16 years, this meeting is hereby adjourned.